never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Welcome in, welcome aboard. Here comes a Friday. Yes, indeed, TGIF. Ready for the weekend? Yeah, big weekend for football fans. Yeah, for those that remain in an active season. We're down to 8 teams now, right? Divisional playoff weekend coming on. So, hope you've had a good week. Let me see, I'm looking at the screen. Look at there, we're back on YouTube. Okay, see how long that lasts. Oh, boy. Watch your P's and Q's. Welcome back. Philly Dan on board, where it's 22 degrees, feels like 9 at this hour. Stay safe, drivers. God bless the Rambler. Yes, indeed. Hello to Heavy D. Welcome aboard, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Good to see you back on YouTube. All right, Captain Ron checking in via Facebook. Let's see, Just Teach. Missed you, man. Good to see that notification. Yeah, for those that have been missing us on you, we were on a 1-week suspension. I think some of our viewers may not have even realized they could have still been catching us via the app, the iPhone, the Android, or Facebook. If we happen to disappear again, you'll know to flip over and find us on another location. But there you go. Welcome back aboard. Miguel is with us, checking in where it's 75 degrees in Miami. Wow. 67 in Central Florida. A little bit of rain and wind, though. Hope you're doing good, Steve. You doing well as we make our way into a Friday, 21st day of January, by the way, which is hard to believe. That means we're 3 weeks into the new year. 21st of January. for 2022. All right, we've been talking about it all week long. We've had one little storm system after another, and parts of the southeast and the mid-Atlantic are bracing for our next snow and ice storm that will ensue later today, Friday into Saturday. It looks like this one's going to be confined a bit further to the south and southeast versus last weekend's storm. It appears this one's going to pretty much greatly spare Washington, D.C., to Philadelphia, to New York City, and Boston. Again, a much more southerly track of this storm. But we do see winter weather advisories for about the eastern half of North Carolina, South Carolina. Winter storm warnings over eastern North Carolina, the southeastern corner of Virginia. And there is that zone where they're anticipating significant ice accumulation. In other words, ice storm warnings have been issued. When's the last time we had an actual ice storm in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Well, you've got one coming your way potentially here. Ice storm warnings from Myrtle Beach to Conway to Southport, Wilmington, on up into Burgaw, eastern portions of North Carolina. Flip into the weather service there out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Ice storm warning in effect from midnight tonight till the noon hour Eastern time on Saturday. Significant icing expected. Periods of freezing rain will result in ice accumulations 2 to 3/10 of an inch with some locally higher amounts. The freezing rain may mix with or change to a period of sleet and or snow prior to ending late Friday night or early Saturday. Now, they're talking maybe a trace to less than 1/4 of an inch of sleet and snow, so most of it's going to be the freezing rain. This is portions of northeast South Carolina and southeast North Carolina. Again, from the midnight hour tonight, as we speak, about 5 minutes ago, till noontime Saturday. Now, let me see. That's some of the cities. Elizabethtown, Whiteville, Tabor City, Surf City, Wilmington, North Carolina, Carolina Beach. Yeah, I mean, some of the, right there along the beach areas. Oak Island, Long Beach, Southport, Sunset Beach, Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Garden City, Little River, Conway. All right, next advisory, one other out of Morehead City, North Carolina, where indeed it's an ice storm warning. Significant ice accumulation, total accumulations of 1/4 to 1/2 an inch. Now, those areas would be more inclined to see big-time power outages. When you start to get into those numbers, 1/4 to 1/2 inch, Jones, Pamlico, Southern Craven, inland Onslow, and coastal Onslow counties. Power outages, tree damage likely due to the ice travel will be nearly impossible. Now, these hazardous conditions are anticipated to impact the morning and evening commute. Here for your Friday, an ice storm warning means severe winter conditions are expected or occurring. Significant amounts of ice accumulation will make travel dangerous or impossible. Travel is strongly discouraged, obviously. Commerce will likely be severely impacted. If you will be traveling, if you must travel, keep the flashlight, food, water in your vehicle, your emergency kit. Ice accumulations and winds will likely lead to downed power lines, falling tree branches, which will all add to the danger. All right, so there we have it. Winter weather advisories, winter storm and ice warnings in effect for dozens of counties, South Carolina to Virginia due to the approaching storm. The ice storm warning issued by the National Weather Service in Morehead City, North Carolina. The first, believe it or not, since records began in 2005. According to the Iowa Environmental Mesonet, that's a branch of Iowa State University. So, like I said, when's the last time we had an ice storm warning for the likes of Myrtle Beach? I guess we haven't. Now, despite the small size of the storm and the fact that it's going to be rather weak, it will focus on the central part of the Atlantic seaboard, unleashing more than 1/2 foot of snow with the risk of up to a half inch of ice in some areas. A deep, round dip in the jet stream associated with that lobe of the polar vortex, which is actually centered all the way up over Hudson Bay, Canada. That's what's in the driver's seat, according to AccuWeather. Even though the southern U.S. is likely to strengthen over the relatively warm waters, the storm that is, it's not going to be strong enough to allow the storm to hug the mid-Atlantic and New England coastal areas. Looks like dry Arctic air will keep the storm and the wintry contents pretty much confined to central and eastern areas of the Carolinas, parts of Georgia, central and southeastern Virginia, maybe parts of the eastern shore of Maryland, and maybe southern Delaware and the New Jersey Cape. The heart of the storm's snow will focus on that region from northeast North Carolina to southeastern Virginia and the Atlantic beaches of Maryland. In this area, which includes Norfolk and Virginia Beach, Virginia, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, could be talking a general 3 to 6 inches of snow with some locally higher amounts, maybe up to a foot in some localized areas. Norfolk has seen some big snowstorms in the past. There was a storm back in January of 2018 where you picked up 10 inches of snow. Back in December of 26, 27, back in 2010, the days after Christmas, 14.2 inches of snow fell there in Norfolk. Further west, the storm's compact nature is going to pretty much limit snowfall to a couple of inches or less in places like Charlotte today from now to Friday night. The greatest amounts to the east of the metro area, significantly less likely to the west. But even that small amount of snow can make roads wet, subject to freeze up on Friday night. Dangerous travel is going to probably linger on into Saturday. That storm last weekend brought 1 or 2 inches of snow, sleet, freezing rain to the Charlotte area. It's possible that little or no snow may fall across, say, Greenville, South Carolina. Looks like Atlanta's probably going to miss out on the wintry precip once again entirely. Now, that's a change in the models over the last couple of days. Last time Atlanta picked up measurable snow, January 18 of 2018. I mean, you've been more than 4 years without having to deal with old man winter there in Atlanta. On the storm's northern side, areas in eastern Virginia will have some snow trailing off drastically from south to north. Richmond perhaps picking up maybe a couple of inches. Some of the suburbs south of D.C. may barely see a flake of snow. The same is true for areas west of Raleigh, North Carolina, where the snow is going to pretty much trail off exponentially. Now, at least part of the zone in southeast Virginia and north central North Carolina may have to deal with a period of snow followed by icy roads hours ahead of the main storm as that Arctic air arrives, and that's kind of taking place as we speak, Thursday evening. While people may be focused on the storm later today into Saturday morning, roads could be an icy mess for your Friday morning rush because of the freeze-up that's taking place overnight tonight. And in other words, any of those areas out there that may be wet from previous rains are going to be freezing over. Watch those bridges and overpasses first and foremost. Snow in parts of the Carolinas and southeast Virginia will pose a problem for travel. Portions of I-85 and 95, areas of the country that aren't really equipped to handle wintry-like weather. But a buildup of ice is a major concern further south from southeast North Carolina to parts of the South Carolina Midlands and the Low Country. Overnight tonight into Friday night, portions of I-20, 26, I-40, and 95 in that zone where anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice may accrue, especially on the elevated surfaces, obviously on your vehicles, trees, decks, power lines. Warm waters surrounding the coastal region may mitigate the ice storm a bit, but be prepared for slippery conditions, especially, again, on those elevated surfaces, overpasses, the causeways, which there's a bunch of those. Areas that could see a significant buildup of ice and widespread power outages will include Fayetteville, Wilmington, and Jacksonville, North Carolina, Florence, Myrtle Beach, Columbia, and Charleston, South Carolina. Now, ice storms along the Carolina coast, not all that common, but not all that rare either. Since the late 1940s, there have been about 50 pretty significant ice events in Wilmington, according to the National Weather Service. The last major ice storm to hit the coastal city was back in February of 2015. All right, a potential saving grace from the worst impacts of the storm could occur if conditions allow the precip to fall in the form of sleet for a period of time that would kind of shorten the duration of the freezing rain. That's the more formidable hazard. While sleet can remove heat from roads and sidewalks faster than cold rain or snow, obviously it tends to bounce off the trees rather than adhering, so you don't get that buildup. It's actually the weight of the freezing rain or the clingy snow that brings down your trees and leads to the big-time power outages. They do say a bit of ice is expected in east-central Georgia for a time later today. Main concern in cities like Macon, Augusta, Savannah, there in Georgia, will be from falling temperatures that will cause any wet areas to freeze up. We're looking toward, that's going to be Friday night into Saturday morning there. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles to the southwest over a portion of southern Texas, winter storm warnings are in effect. Yeah, a separate, even weaker storm that's bringing a period of freezing rain and sleet overnight tonight and into your Friday morning. Yeah, the quick blast of winter weather, a big turnaround in places that have actually been experiencing some pretty nice warm weather in recent days. The warmer road temperatures, where you saw highs in the 80s midweek, will probably prevent a widespread glaze, but the elevated surfaces, bridges, overpasses, windshields, yeah, you could see some small accumulation occurring there. Forecasters urge motorists and pedestrians throughout parts of southern Texas, Laredo, north to San Antonio, use caution Friday morning. The surfaces that appear wet could be covered with that thin glaze of ice. And yeah, that's not real common there in the southernmost reaches of Texas. How about that? So a quick look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we roll into a Friday. Good to have you on board. Who else checking in? All right, let's flip back over. We already said hello to Miguel. High pressure pumpkin on board. Welcome back, Steve. David says 21, bone chilling here in New Jersey. Another David says can't wait for Bengals football Saturday afternoon, right? Yep. Hello to Richard, morning from Central Florida, 63 degrees. Glad to find you back on YouTube there, Steve. The Com Lab man back on YouTube. Lori, hi there, yay. Yeah, glad you're back on YouTube. Hello to everyone. There's the Rambler checking in. Hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Checking in from a cold night along the Gulf Coast here. We are expecting some wintry weather down here. Yeah, maybe you can expound on that for us, Steve. I'll be checking in later this morning. Say hello to God's children. In the meantime, everybody stay safe and behave yourself. All right? Thank you much, Rambler. Hello to Bama, checking in from, where you at? Opelika, Alabama, where it's a cool 35 degrees. The only thing the kid sniffer has accomplished since taking office. Did you call him the kid sniffer? Is crapping his pants and single-handedly destroying this country. Everybody have a good weekend. I didn't know who you were talking about at first. Hello to Mr. Q listening in there. Great to have you on board. Lori says it is 8 degrees. Single digits there in Buffalo this morning. Hello to Bart Simpson. Yeah, that's a nice one. Morning to all. Nice to see you back on the YouTube saddle. Charles checking in. Welcome back to Facebook. Listening to you on the app this morning. There's Michael, where it's 14 degrees, feels like 7 here in Pottery Addition, Ohio. Everybody truck safe out there. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive characters. A cold 20 here, going down to 10 here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody be safe. Have a good weekend. Always good hearing Horse Feathers, Lone Ranger. Yeah, sure do miss some of the guys that are no longer with us. Yes, indeed. All right, just a few of the friends checking in here. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Earlier in the day, I got an email from Horse Feathers. He sends me a link to the Mid-America Truck Show, or you can search the exhibitor list. You search by the company name or the various product categories and whatnot. And he said, what? No Hot Shot Secret on the list? And I think it was just a short time later, I got the email from Chad. It says, we're all set, ready to go for the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. We are officially booked for March the 24th through the 26th. And let me see now, in my email from Chad, he said we're in the North Hall, booth 16067. And they're working on all the stuff about how we're going to be broadcasting, what all we're going to be actually physically able to do while there. But it's all getting put together. We're working on it. But yeah, we're actually set now. So I went back to the exhibitor search there, Horse Feathers, and if you do a search once again and just type in Hot Shot Secret, there it is. It says booth 12036, Hot Shot Secret, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Diesel fuel, oil additives, engine oils. There you go, Hot Shots. You're all set. Locked in for the Mid-America Truck Show 2022 edition, which is supposed to be like the 50th anniversary celebration. And yeah, most of you realize it will have been 3 years since we've all had a chance to get together like this. Talk about a big old family reunion. That's what it's going to be. So I was looking through, Just Teach sent me another message. He's with us via YouTube. And he didn't realize. He said, "Are you kidding me? Are you serious? You were suspended? I had no idea. Man, I got to get the app." Yes, that was it. It was a first infraction, as they call it, which gets you a 1-week suspension. And I think it's in the next 30 days, if there's another infraction, we get a 2-week suspension. If there is a third infraction within 90 days, you're out the door. Done. Kaput. Yeah, kind of like banned, like Donald Trump kind of thing. All right. So Just Teach, have a backup. Who else on board? Hello to Alan. Good morning. There's Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all 20 here in Forester, Kentucky. Feels like 11. Everybody stay warm and safe out there. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Buster Brown from K-Town. I haven't missed anything last 5 shows. Everybody get the app. Good blessings against the Nashville Oilers, please. Okay. Yeah, Bengals, and it's the Titans, right? What used to be the Houston Oilers, now the Tennessee Titans. That's the big matchup. Hello, Kyle. How we doing? Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Looking forward to the Mid-America Truck Show. There you go. Let's roll. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Morning to everyone. My first surgery went really good. Talked to the surgeon today to schedule the next surgery on the left arm. Hope everyone's had a good week. Hope you have a great weekend. From the Michigan Madman. There's Chevy Guy, copy the mail. Eskimo Mom, happy Friday. Welcome back to YouTube. Got my usual run tonight. But who left that barn door open? Wow. 24 degrees on I-71 in northern Kentucky at this hour. Stay warm and be safe. Brian says, morning, Steve. We've got 12 degrees here in Toledo. Yes, very chilly air. Matter of fact, some of this really cold stuff is settling into parts of like the Tennessee Valley tonight. Not wasting any time. Let me jump over. Here we go. The cold not wasting any time. Yeah, kind of up in the ante. Temperatures are going to plummet from the northeast into the Tennessee Valley tonight as this strong Arctic high pressure moves in. Yeah, some of you are going to probably be challenging some of your lowest temperatures of the season. That Arctic push continues through the day Friday for the rest of the southeast and the east coast, and that's all going to help fuel that snow and ice storm we were just talking about. Yeah, from Friday night through the weekend, the coldest night of the season so far for many interior areas there in the southeast, and some areas in the interior northeast may have your coldest night in years, they tell us. By the time the sun comes up Saturday, temperatures forecast to be below zero across a large swath of the Northeast, from eastern Ohio and western Pennsylvania through much of upstate New York into the mountains of interior New England. Yeah, so for many of you, that's going to be probably the coldest night in at least a couple of years. Be aware of your pipes that could freeze in homes and neighborhoods. Any wet, slushy areas from melting maybe during the middle of this past week is all going to be frozen solid once again. I guess there'll be some good weather for the ice fishing with this upcoming freeze. The ice on the Great Lakes is still well below average for this time of year, but that's going to be improving over the next few days. Yeah, tonight, as a matter of fact, Thursday night into Friday morning, probably the coldest night of the next few for some of the big cities, and the best chance to rival the coldest night of the season so far. There in our nation's capital, D.C., forecast to hit 20 this morning. Kind of challenging the lowest temperature this season so far. Central Park in New York forecast to drop to 13 this morning. I think the coldest you've been so far was 10. In Atlanta, looks like Saturday night's going to bring you the most bitter cold. Temperatures crashing into the mid-20s there. The coldest you've been since probably back in February of last winter. Widespread low temperatures in the 30s, even for interior portions of Florida. And some spots will probably have some frosty conditions when you get away from the coast. So some of the citrus growers and any other sensitive plants, they're going to have to take precautions with those frosty conditions here the next couple of nights. All right, it looks like the risk of frost and freeze is probably going to return on several occasions in the south in the coming days between now and the end of January. Yeah, near the coast, the Gulf Coast, and into the Florida Peninsula, as we'll continue to see storms tracking through the east and driving more and more, reinforcing cold air southward in their wake. All right, there you go. Get to your calls coming up here. Looks like who we got? Jolly Green Giant will be first out of the box here on a Friday morning. Of course, got our news break coming up here in just a moment. Hello to the Big Moose. He's back on board here. There you go. Just look back at the screen. The legendary Big Moose. Glad you got paroled from YouTube jail. Everybody keep it between the spotted and the solid. There you go. All right, let's see. Charles, thanks for helping me out and everyone working the night shift and all the truckers that keep America moving. Love you, man. From a third-generation truck driver. All right, who we got here? I had an email from, where in the world has the Carolina monkey gouger been anyway? Morning, Steve. I got an email here from listening friends. Said, I'm writing to see if you could maybe pass a message off to Monkey Gouger. I'm in need of some information on what I need to do to get recertification on my DOT physical. Last July, I was involved in a serious motorcycle accident that left my right hand severely damaged. I can't seem to get anywhere with what I need to do to get back to work. And obviously with Monkey Gouger, having drove truck for many, many years with one arm, I think he's feeling that he may be able to give him some advice. My name's Charles. He gives me his phone number here. He says, thanks, and a big thanks for what you do for the trucking industry. Been a long-time listener for 30-some years. All right. So I've got your information here, Charles, if I can... I've got Monkey Gouger's number. I could text that number to him if we don't hear from him, but we will pass that on. Thank you much. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is agreeing that his Build Back Better agenda is large, and White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says he realizes he may have to settle for separate portions of it being passed.
He also recognizes that nothing is going to get done without 50 votes. So we're not confronting a choice between what can happen and our ideal. It's a choice between, do we make critical progress for the economic well-being of middle-class families and in tackling climate crisis or not?
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hopes the separate portions add up to a significant bill. New Mexico has become the first state to ask National Guard troops to serve as substitute teachers due to the pandemic. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
It's not a recruitment tool for any state department or the Guard or anybody else. It's just a vehicle to make sure that schools can stay open.
This is USA Radio News.
Our U.S. Constitution is amazing. It's full of what's called negative rights, designed to protect us from the corrupt powers of a dictatorship.
Like our right to worship our own God, not some official state religion.
Our right to prevent the government from seizing our property without paying fair market value for it.
Or our right to be tried by a jury of our peers, people like us, not by some star tribunal.
And that's why America has become the richest richest, most just society in the world.
Other countries force so-called positive rights onto their citizens. These enable one group to take from another group their free speech, money, and choice by using government force. Socialists love wielding this power over people.
Sometimes we take our freedoms for granted, but we can lose our Bill of Rights and our Constitution and become like Venezuela or North Korea, failed, brutal socialist regimes.
We need your help to spread the good news about our amazing U.S. Constitution. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, it is, and good to have you aboard here. Who else checking in? Looks like, who's that? Big Sexy. Hey, Big Sexy, what's going on? He said, did Lone Ranger pass away? No. There was one of our listening friends, Ranger Jack. Ranger Jack passed away. Lucky Penny was his better half, so that was back here several months ago. With the name Ranger, though, several folks were confused by that. But yeah, Lone Ranger is still with us. And he'll check in now and again when he makes up maybe for a morning nature call, But he's like so many others, is retired, pretty much sleeping when the sun goes down, like a normal person. Scott checking in, shouting out from Green Bay, Wisconsin, where it's a balmy 5 below zero. I can't wait to get out of here. There's Steve says we've got 1 here in northwest Iowa. Let's see. Pappy is on board. Burr, about slamming down some hot cocoa. Sounds good on a cold night. Yes, it does. Danny, glad you're with us. Welcome back on YouTube there. Eskimo Mom responding to the email there from Charles. He said, Charles, you need to go to the FMCSA website and see what forms you need for a waiver where your doctor and other specialists can sign off on it. And that's a good starting point. There you go. All right, to the Jolly Green Giant on board this Friday morning out of the box. What's going on? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Now, I hate to say this, but Jolly Green is always stepping on people's toes with his professional opinions. Jolly Green broke down yesterday morning on 74, blew a transmission, and I had to go to the shoulder. And, of course, I had to deal with all the idiots that almost hit my truck. So, I'm talking to a couple of our drivers. And, by the way, Captain Ron and Port Feather, thank you for listening to my opinion. Even though we don't totally agree, I do respect your opinion. But I got to say what I think from my heart and my conscience. I'm more so I want to talk about the people that can get over, and I realize that we can't always get over. Sometimes we get boxed in for who knows what reason. What I was watching yesterday morning was the people that had no vehicles on their side of why they refused to get over for safety reasons. Now, the Hamilton County police officer to listen, what is that? What's his handle? Peppy?
Pappy, yes.
What's his handle?
Pappy.
And I would appreciate if he would call in and give his opinion on this. In the state of Ohio and a lot of states, it is a law that if an emergency vehicle is on the shoulder and disabled vehicles, you got to get over, and if possible. And I agree with that law. The thing that bothers me is why people refuse to get over when they don't have a vehicle on their side. And Hortfetter's hit the nail on the head that a lot of people just don't care. So I do know about 10 years ago, right there in Newport, right in the area where I was at, where I was broke down, there was a police officer that was killed, a state highway patrol officer that was helping a stranded motorist, and he was killed by a driver because he was boxed in and could not get over. So my question is, guys, I'm not looking at there are times that we can't get over. My question is, how can we prevent this stuff from happening? Because I believe these kind of accidents can be prevented. All right? So that's my question on this particular point. Now, number two, Sex Maniac was bringing to my attention about 18-year-olds that are going to be allowed to drive. Of course, you can drive in most states if you're 18 years old, as long as you stay in the state.
Right.
Well, Steve, I want to bring it to your attention. Okay. So the CSA wants to make it easier for these drivers to get their CDL license. All right. Yeah, but what is going to make the insurance company insure them? Now, we're talking about interstate drivers that cross state lines. Now, my company, who I work for, Sexmayak and I work for, will not insure professional drivers below the age of 23. You have to be 23 years old for them to insure you. We have a driver in Cincinnati that falls in that category, who the young man does want to be a professional driver for our company, and he's going through the training program right now. Until he turns 23, our company will not allow him to drive interstate with one of our trucks because of the insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that has nothing to do with the Department of Transportation or CSA, but I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out on your show. Okay, so they're making it easier for us to get the CDL, the federal government, but are they going to make the insurance companies insure these individuals? So that's my question.
Okay. That's
really all I got for you tonight. I know that guys are going to call and disagree with me, and I feel free to do that, guys. I will tell you, Captain Ron and Horsebetter, I do respect your opinion, and I guess we have to agree to disagree. So that's all I got for tonight, Steve.
Thank you, John Green. All right. And as far as being on the side of the road, the move over laws, there's an incredibly large proportion of people, believe it or not, who have no idea that such laws exist. They've done numerous polls and surveys, and just it's astounding how many don't even realize that any vehicle that's over in the emergency lane or pulled over with flashing lights, it doesn't have to be law enforcement or an ambulance or a fire truck. I mean, a tow truck, an automobile, or a truck with their flashers on. Those are all falling under the category of the move over law, requiring you to, if you can't move over from that right lane closest to the broke down vehicle or emergency vehicle, if you can't move over, you've got to slow down 20 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. But you see it every day. Yeah, I've been out there with drivers broke down on the side of the road, and it's astounding. You'll be out there trying to work under the hood, and they'll come blowing by. I mean, it feels like they're inches away. It's frightening. Just oblivious. I guess, many of them maybe just don't care. Now, here's an example, and it happens every single day. An example would be from Wednesday of this week. A truck driver killed while setting up his hazard cones Wednesday afternoon. Union County, North Carolina, Highway 74. According to WBTV3, the truck driver was pulled over on the shoulder of Highway 74 after his truck broke down. He had got out of the truck to place the orange hazard cones behind the vehicle as required. But as he was doing so, an oncoming Toyota Camry ran off the road, striking the truck driver, killing him on the scene. First responders soon arrived, pronouncing 53-year-old truck driver Stanley George Gum Jr. dead at the scene. The driver of the Camry, identified as Daniel Ray Thompson, police determined he was impaired at the scene. So he has been arrested, now facing charges of death by vehicle and driving while impaired. Now, a separate incident, as I'm looking here from our friends at CDL Life under some of the industry headlines, I can't help but wonder what kind of an impact mentally does it have on a driver, a truck driver out there. Yeah, we hear these scenarios of suicide by truck, people that for whatever reason have decided they're ready to end their life. But we've seen cases where they'll actually be in a vehicle and pull over on the side of the road and just wait for the next approaching truck and step out in front of them. Suicide by truck, right? In this case, it was a truck driver injured in a fatal incident involving a pedestrian who actually jumped from the interstate overpass and crashed through the truck driver's windshield in Maine on Wednesday. A little after 3:30 in the afternoon in Richmond, Maine, authorities say the semi-truck driver from Pennsylvania was southbound on I-295 near exit 43 when a man jumped from the overpass, striking the windshield. Driver was able to safely stop the truck near the southbound on-ramp to call police. The man who jumped off the overpass dead at the scene. Police say he was a resident of Freeport. Truck driver was taken to the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. But what kind of an impact does that have? Can you get out there behind the wheel again, or does that just? I'm thinking it would have to kind of spook the brain, especially. And then when you get back out there, and every time you're possibly coming up on an overpass or a bridge and things like that, is it? I could only imagine. All right, we'll get a quick time out here and back to your calls on a Friday morning at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
In this day and age, of course, everybody's got their smartphone. That means everyone's always carrying a camera. Commonplace, just whip out that smartphone, start recording, whenever something's going on, and crash scenes and things of that nature. The old rubbernecking, as they call it, right? Who would think you could get in trouble for snapping a photograph of a crash scene? But yes, there is a new Wisconsin law that sets up major penalties for whipping out your phone to snap a photo of a crash. In December, Wisconsin's Governor Tony Evers signed into law a bill making it illegal for drivers to use their phones within 500 feet of the scene of a motor vehicle crash. Officials hope this will save lives by discouraging rubbernecking and distracted driving. co-authored by State Representative Jesse James, the new misdemeanor crime is punishable by maximum penalties of, get this, $10,000, 9 months in jail, a safe driver course, and 100 to 200 hours of community service. Officials hope that discouraging drivers from filming will help keep traffic flowing and prevent secondary crashes. You notice this a lot these days. Yeah, compared to what it was just a few years ago, everybody's got to post their pictures and their videos. Everybody wants to be the first one, according to Sergeant Mark Patterson of the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office. These incidents, these crashes can be avoided if people would just pay attention to the road in front of them. It's really a matter of life and death. That's what it comes down to. So obviously trying to prevent the secondary crashes. With that, our number 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Eagle. What's happening out there?
Yeah, how you doing? I was wondering what the situation was. I didn't know. I thought you were sick with the coronavirus because I hadn't seen you on YouTube. I didn't know you've been suspended. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. So I guess you and a bunch of others didn't realize it was YouTube we were off of. We were still on Facebook and on the app and all that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was going on. You was on suspension for 5 days?
It was a full week.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, did they? Well, I don't want to get into your whole situation. So is there? Because I don't know what you can say now. Is there any? Are we still allowed to say what we were saying, or you have to watch what you say now when you call in, or how is that going to be working?
Eagle. To be honest, Chad's got the notification, and they actually pinpoint exactly where, who said what. Yeah, that was disseminating false information. So for the most part, anyone that says you can't say anything about the vaccines don't work and those kind of things, that's what they consider that false information.
I kind of figured that. Like I said, you're not the only one, and like I said, you gave a story a couple of right before this happened, a week before, where another guy had had some information and they blacked him out. So I knew that was coming. So that's the society we live in now. So if that's the case, then I'll just talk about truck driving tonight. Then I won't focus on these other things. But I agree with what the other guy was saying, Steve. Truck driving now. The truck drivers, they don't respect other drivers. You break down on the side of the road, and I've had guys, they drive for the same company you drive for, and they'll drive right on by you. This guy here he got the same logo, same company name on his door for his truck, and he'll drive right on by you. Won't even pull over and ask if you need some help. He might run you over if you get too close to the road. That's, like I said, it's a new breed of truckers out here now, Steve. A lot of these guys, that's the reason why I really don't even talk to these new drivers anymore. These 21, 20. A lot of these guys are only doing this for money. They're not doing it for the love of truck driving. I grew up with truck driving. My dad he didn't drive a truck, but he used to work at a truck stop, and he used to pump fuel in the trucks back in the 70s when they used to full service. Mm-hmm. And that's how I got interested in trucking. So I've been around trucking since the 70s. It's in my blood. And a lot of these guys that's coming into the deal now, Steve, they only doing it. They see these commercials on TV saying these guys can make $80,000 or $100,000 a year driving a truck, and that's the only reason they get into truck driving. They could care less about a truck. In the involvement of it, they only out here for a paycheck, and as soon as the paycheck runs out, they'll find something else to get into, and that's the problem that we have in the trucking industry right now. That's the reason why you see so many guys quitting when things don't go their way, because they didn't want to drive a truck to begin with. They just did this was as a paycheck, Steve. So there's no respect out here on the road anymore. you could pull into a truck stop. You don't have to get out on the interstate to worry about getting run over by another truck, Steve. You could be walking across the parking lot of a truck stop. There's truck drivers that's been run over in the parking lot. You can go to any parking lot in the USA, a truck stop, and you got guys driving through the parking lot doing 40 and 50 miles an hour, in a truck stop parking lot. Now, how you going to stop an 18-wheeler vehicle and you doing 50 miles an hour across the truck stop parking lot? Somebody happens to walk out, jump out of their truck and get ready to make their way to the truck. How you going to stop your vehicle from running this man over? But they don't care. You say something to one of these guys on the CB radio and he'll say something smart to you, like mind your own business. Don't worry about it. It's none of your business what I do with my truck. But yeah, it becomes my business when you put my life in jeopardy when I'm walking across the parking lot to take a shower. It becomes my business real quick, my man. So it just pisses me off, the attitude of these new people that we have in the trucking industry, Steve, because I was taught to respect other drivers, and that's what I do. And like I said before, you could pull over on the side of the road. A lot. I don't know if you get this story, Steve. I talked to a guy at a Love's truck stop on a roll call this past summer, and a lot of companies now, they're not even allowing their drivers to do roll calls anymore. If you have a flat tire or a blowout or something, a lot of people like the Loves, the TAs, and these Petros, they don't even want their drivers, records coming out because they don't have their people get run over. While they were changing the tire out on the truck. And here's the sad part about it, Steve. You can still, the DOT, the police always tell you to put your triangles out on the road. That doesn't mean absolutely nothing, Steve. I was broke down, like I said, a couple of weeks ago, had my triangles on out, flashes going and everything, and truck still was right in the right-hand lane. Never even moved over. They had plenty of opportunity to move over to the left-hand lane. They had plenty of, they saw my flashes on, they saw the triangles on the road, and they still didn't move over. So that's not a matter of not knowing the law. That's a matter of being stupid. That's a matter of being a jackass, because that's exactly what you are when you do something like that, Steve. Because you don't know if somebody's going to open the door of their cab or their truck and get out when you going 70, 80 miles an hour by this guy and run him over. Now you got to live with that the rest of your life because of your stupidity. So I have no respect for a driver like that. And people like that, they need to be put out of truck driving. If you do, I wish more police officers would start enforcing that law. If you don't pull over and they catch you doing it, they ought to suspend your driver's license or put you out of work. And I bet you think twice when you see another truck broke down on the side of the road when they put you out of a job for a couple of months, or maybe even put you out of a job permanently, because that's not what needs to be done, Steve. We can't continue. You just gave 2 or 3 stories about drivers having accidents. We can't continue to have truck drivers being killed by somebody's stupidity by not wanting to obey the law. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, Eagle, good to hear from you. I think that's the first time this week, isn't it? Hope you've had a good week. I got an email. Pappy did chime in regards to that particular subject as far as get over. My opinion is get over. It's the law. But my suggestion is, if you've got to get out of your truck, get out on the passenger side and walk down the passenger side of the vehicle and return the same way. I do see a lot of truck drivers walking down the driver's side of the vehicle. That's putting you in between the granny lane, and it is a disaster waiting to happen. Yep, and it happens way too often. And look at the number of officers that are killed in the same way, the number of tow truck drivers that are killed the same way. It's just you can't trust people out there. Yeah, even with your emergency flashers, and hell, you see these incidents in a crash scene where there's fire trucks, ambulance, police, and all the lights flashing, and some oblivious dummy just plows into them. It's just incredible. But with that, we'll wrap up hour number 1. Much more to come on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is clarifying some comments that he made on Wednesday. He now is stressing that there will be consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin moves his troops into Ukraine.
Any assembled Russian units move across the Ukrainian border, that is an invasion. But it will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies.
These comments come just one day before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's meeting on Friday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They're hoping to diffuse tensions. Another winter storm is heading into parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. Forecasters say major travel disruptions along portions of Interstate 85 and 95 in Virginia and the Carolinas will be affected. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Supreme Court has denied abortion providers' latest request to intervene in the ongoing legal challenge against Texas' restrictive abortion law, cutting off one of the few remaining paths to a speedy victory for abortion providers. The case is currently before the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, which sent the case to the Texas Supreme Court. Abortion providers were hoping the Supreme Court would direct the Fifth Circuit to send the case to federal district court, where a judge previously blocked the law. A new report shows not as many people are buying homes right now.
The National Association of Realtors says that the figure dropped 4.6% last month. That comes out to just under 6.2 million units. Full year sales for 2021 were just over 6.1 million. That's an 8.5% jump from the pandemic-filled year of 2020. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
With the Winter Olympics getting ready to start in about 2 weeks, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says President Biden isn't worried about the athletes going to China.
We work closely with the U.S. Olympic Committee. The athletes are going. The president's looking forward to cheering. I'm a bit Olympics obsessed myself, and I'm looking forward to cheering for them as well from home.
She made the comments on Fox. Officials are advising American athletes, though, to leave their personal electronics at home and use burner phones to avoid being tracked by the Chinese government. The NCAA has made some major changes about their rules for transgender people.
The NCAA Board of Governors changed its policy regarding transgender athletes that started yesterday. The new approach to allowing transgender athletes will follow a sport-by-sport model similarly adopted by the U.S. and International Olympic Committees. The NCAA said if there was no international federation policy, then the previously established IOC policy criteria would be followed. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Adele has posted on social media that she's postponing her residency at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas.
I'm so sorry, but my show ain't ready. We've tried absolutely everything that we can to put it together in time.
She says that delivery delays and COVID-19 are the cause. She also promised that all the dates would be rescheduled in the future. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back here. Hour number 2 on a Friday. Time zone to time zone. We work our way into the 21st day of January. And good to have you with us here. Hello to Marianne. Steve, welcome back. Changing drivers here in Emporia, Kansas, where it's 12 degrees. On the way to DeKalb, Illinois. So glad to hear you on YouTube again. Hey, let's see, is that Gilligan? As far as, the move over thing, how are you going to prevent it? Don't break down. Okay, right. He said, probably not the answer you wanted to hear. No, I don't. How the hell are you going to prevent that? Every truck breaks down at some point in time. It's inevitable. Bill checking in. Hey, Steve, you are correct on the move over law. I worked the third shift here in Columbus, assigned to the freeway. And I've nearly been hit on several occasions. Kay follows up. Out by the casino on 74, I was struggling with the driver who wouldn't let me over while someone was broke down. Next thing I know, he got pulled over for it. I was thinking you got pulled over for it. All right, very interesting. Bill goes on to say, when I can, me and my fellow officers write many citations. However, our Franklin County court system doesn't think it's a serious violation. It used to be an order into court, but now it's just paying a citation. All right, everybody stay safe out there. Hello to the Mercury Man checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi, where it's 27 degrees. Brr. You all need to keep this cold weather up north. Yeah, I'd be happy to send it right up there north of the border, back into Canada where it belongs, eh? Let's see. Hey, Steve, glad YouTube got you back on. We've got 7 degrees here in Niagara Falls, New York. And I'm anxiously awaiting golf season. Yeah, sad to say. I think that's a few days off there. But, yeah, got to have something to look forward to, right? I don't like winter weather. I hate it. Morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I guess it's my lucky day because I broke down right here on the fuel island. It's a pallet in West Memphis, Arkansas. Truck won't run at all. I left Memphis, drove 10 miles over here. Truck was running fine, shut it off, got out, fueled up, put some anti-gel in there, and get back in the truck, and it won't start at all. So wow. I'm sitting here on a fuel island waiting for somebody to come rescue me. If it gets too cold, I'm going to go inside the building there, right? Uh-huh. And I'm bundled up pretty good right now, so I don't know. You ain't going to ever get people to do that, so you know that. Well, we're doing the playoff weekend this weekend, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go ahead and make my predictions there, brother. Cincinnati's gonna beat the Titans.
Okay.
Packers will beat the 49ers. The Buccaneers are going to beat the Rams. And I think the Bills will beat the Chiefs. And then we'll go from, we'll do the conference championship game next week. So
okay.
I don't know. We'll see how all that comes out there. I've been looking at the numbers on that Bengals Titans. I mean, it's not going to be an easy game, but they ain't talking. But the Titans over the Bengals, that's the bet by just about a field goal, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, field goal that's 3 points. Anything can change in that. Anyway, keep this cold weather back up north. I'm ready to kick it back up north anyway there. So I don't know. This is the winter we've been waiting on, right?
You mean like anxiously anticipating? Not me, but yeah, I mean, go
no,
back.
Ain't nobody been anxiously anticipating nothing there. But, this is the winter that we've been waiting on because all of the past have been kind of just lukewarm there, and you got to get a bad one in every now and then. Right?
Well, you go back to like pretty much all of November and then like the first half of December, all those way above normal temperatures, and it was the climate change. People were going crazy. You see what happens with climate change? Like, yeah, we're making up for it now, aren't we? We got winter storm warnings.
Absolutely.
Winter storm warnings all the way down in Brownsville, Texas, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, well, just come on with it. That's all I can tell you. Just bring it on. So y'all got spanked for saying stuff on the air that people claim is not true.
Yes, sir, we did. Yes.
Oh, man, that's crazy. Well, like there ain't no such thing as free speech anymore because they'll tell you when they arrest you that you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is really crazy times we're living in, Mr. Steve Sommers. It ain't the country I was grew up in as a child there anyway, right?
Right.
Anyway, I've had my vaccine, both of them. I ain't had no booster shot. I didn't even take a flu shot this year. 'Cause when I found out the flu shot was not even the one that covered the flu for this year anyway, so they missed the mark on it. That's what I read in one story. So I don't know. But anyway, I won't get you in no trouble this morning. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret product. Put Overnight Drive code in the checkout box. Buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and baseball caps, T-shirt, travel mugs, and I'll keep you out of trouble this morning, Mr. Sommers. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Okay, Knucklebuster. All right, looking at 15 past the hour. Glad to see from the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Jim says, glad to see you back on YouTube. Hope all is well. Enjoying the show as usual. Your loyal listener. All right, Kyle chimes in here. Hey, just to clarify, we actually have 2 booths at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. One is for Hot Shot Secret, booth number 12036, and one for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, booth number 16067. Now, both booths are in the north wing of the Expo Center. The Overnight Drive booth is now listed on the Matt's website exhibitor list under the radio category. So looking forward to taking the show on the road. And here's a little teaser. We're going to have an amazing truck on display in the Hot Shot Secret booth at the Mid-America Truck Show. And no, it's not the truck you're probably thinking of. More to come. Okay, well, see, that is a teaser. Obviously, the first truck that comes to mind would be none other than the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel, right? That's what I'd be thinking. But he said, probably not the one you're thinking of. Okay, so we'll wait and get the rest of the story, all right? Thank you much, Kyle. Looks like on Wednesday, Montana joins the growing list of states that have relieved the hours of service requirements for commercial drivers. An energy emergency declaration signed by the governor stating that the continued harsh winter conditions have caused an increased short-term demand for propane and heating oil, necessitating timely delivery of these products. Winter weather and wind chill advisories are in effect through the day, Friday, with below zero temperatures, ice and snow predicted for parts of the state. In addition, delays of cross-border bulk fuel deliveries have reduced the in-state bulk fuel storage reserves in Montana, according to the executive order. So this order, which will expire February 18th, will help facilitate and expedite the distribution of petroleum products. Motor carriers or drivers currently subject to an out-of-service order are not eligible for the relief granted by the declaration until the order has been rescinded by the FMCSA in writing. But in his emergency declaration, the governor also cited a national shortage of qualified truck drivers and delays of cross-border bulk fuel deliveries that have affected the state's bulk fuel reserves. All right, it is 18 past the hour. Got a Friday morning. Brain Dead will be checking in just ahead. Speaking of which, hey, it is Friday. What's that mean? Yeah, we got some Dumbass of the Week nominees to throw your way. All that and more coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Number 1 out of the box here on a Friday. Dateline, Mechanicsville, New York. The Mechanicsville Police Department played a game of Can You Spot the Fake on their Facebook page, asking people to identify the fake inspection sticker after a would-be clever driver tried to fool law enforcement with a hand-drawn sticker. This is really comical. This is your safety inspection sticker where you've got all the months around the outskirts and then in the print in the middle, New York State Safety/Emissions Inspection Certificate 2022. And they've got the actual logo there. This dude he even tried to draw the logo in by hand. And no, this man has no artistic abilities whatsoever. Mechanicsville police said, take a moment, check to make sure your vehicles are properly inspected. A properly maintained vehicle is safer for everyone on the road. They perform better, and yearly inspections are required by law. In New York, vehicles must be inspected every 12 months. The New York State Department of Motor Vehicles says if an inspection sticker falls off, it can be attached with a piece of clear tape or adhesive. A new sticker can be requested from the Department of Motor Vehicles. And they've got the link there to the available form to fill that out. But, this was a no-brainer. This ain't fooling. You're not fooling anybody. Jiminy. Next on the list, yes, I had seen the video of this. The Duke cousins, Bo and Luke, would be proud of this one. A Michigan driver did a Dukes of Hazzard-style jump over a freeway bridge in Michigan. According to state police, the driver of the Chevrolet Impala, a 25-year-old from Kalamazoo, was driving south on US 131 when his vehicle left the road, went up the embankment. We're talking like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then went airborne, hit a road sign before landing on the other side of the bridge. Yes, and it was full airborne Dukes of Hazzard style. The man was taken to an area hospital for medical evaluation and a blood draw after troopers saw signs he was intoxicated. But amazingly, non-life-threatening injuries. Other drivers came to the man's aid in the snowy ditch after his car stopped. And everybody decided to just come out and help. According to one eyewitness, that could have been the last day he saw his child. To be able to walk away from that and see your kid, it is truly a blessing. But there was a video that caught this that was shared where a woman was driving in the area with her mother, shows the Chevrolet on its side, noting that we saw someone go full Dukes of Hazzard, jump the car up over the 142nd Bridge. Crazy. Hey, let's check in with Brain Dead. Happy Friday. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Hey, Steve, have you heard from the Santa Claus today?
I think on the stream he did check in, I do believe.
I got to send him a message and a note. I asked for this cold weather at Christmas time, but next time, may I suggest for deliveries, use UPS instead? The post office ain't cutting it.
Yeah, no doubt.
But no, let me go back to the topic from last night, because I heard Pappy call in. Now, I agree with him about marijuana and making it legal. Right now, 18 states have marijuana that's legal. 36 have medical marijuana, Arkansas being one of them. But the problem is people like him, these holy roller old people that have the mentality of it. And let me explain. In Mississippi, I can't remember if it was this past election or the election before, but they voted in, 74% of people voted in medical marijuana. What happened? The holy roller old people got their feelings hurt because they got hammered and smashed. They lost dramatically. They sued, went to the Supreme Court, and got it overturned to where they had to go back and rewrite the law. The governor, in his intelligent wisdom, was going to veto the law unless he got what he wanted. Guess what? He got what he wanted. Will he sign it? I don't know. But this is what you get for not listening to your voters. They voted that in. I live in Arkansas, by the way. So the people there voted it in. But I want to say this for me and Dingbat. Thank you to all those that said congratulations. I really do appreciate it. Because, Steve, I've known you for the better part of 20 years, and you said point blank, you never knew that I was a recovering addict. Because I don't make it known. I don't make it public. Okay? It's embarrassing. It's shameful. When you're coming off of this stuff, you're at your lowest point in your life. I've buried my mom. I've buried my dad. This ranks up there.
Wow.
It is not the easiest thing to come off of. It is, when you're at your lowest of lows, it's so easy to relapse. It's not funny. And people like Pappy think you just go to rehab and magically you come out and you've gotten rid of it. No. Ask Dingbat how many times she's relapsed in rehab. This stuff has such a powerful hold. That's all you want.
No. Well, I never heard Pappy say that. I mean, he was alluding to the fact that you can put people in rehab and it doesn't do any good unless they want to be there.
That's the thing. He thinks it's a magic pill that magically you go in, poof, you're cured. That's the mentality of people. It's like taking drugs, Steve, actual pharmaceutical drugs, not illegal drugs. That, oh my God, this pill is going to cure all. No, it doesn't. It has to take effect. It's like any of your painkillers. It's so easy to get addicted because people go, well, you know what? I've had one. You know what? This works. Maybe I need 2 to make it feel better, right. And 3 and 4, and et cetera, et cetera. Dingbat will tell you one of her best friends moved from Little Rock to our house about 8 months ago. She'd been to rehab 4 times, relapsed 4 times, and OD'd. I've seen it. We've tried to help her. Now, she's welcome at our house, but not to stay. Because I don't know if you're familiar with wrestling, but years ago there used to be a wrestler by the name of Eddie Guerrero. His catchphrase was lie, cheat, and steal. I've stolen from my own mom. I didn't make it known I was using. She caught me using it. I mean, how many times, Steve, have your kids come up to you and say, hey, I did this. You know, I flushed these G.I. Joes down the toilet and toilet's backed up. And to sit there and hear him say, hey, I'm not going to be there for my kids because my kids don't do it. How do you know? Because if one of my kids come up to me and say, Dad, I need help, or hey, I catch them doing it, I'm not going to throw them away. I'm going to be there to help them. That's the problem with society, Steve. We look down upon these people. We don't want to help them because you can help somebody. But when somebody's at their lowest of lows, you don't throw them away. You help build them up. You help them get ahead. Now, luckily, I have 26 years clean. And it's a struggle. Yes. This trucking industry is what saved me because in the back of my mind, I know at any point in time, I could be popped for a random. And I love this industry like Eagle does, like Knuckle Buster, like any of the regular cartoon characters call in. I'm not going to jeopardize that. Just like Dingbat knows. If she's caught using, what's going to happen again?
Well, all I know, Brain Dead, is there are strong differing opinions on that matter of at what point do you say the individual that you've tried to help and you've tried to help and you've tried to help and they continue to do the drugs. And I mean, help. And when you say help, I mean, they're calling you asking for money. They're saying, well, I can't afford any food. I mean, and you know, when you give them the money that they're not using it for food, they're using it for drugs. And family members at one point just say, that's it, you're done. I'm not doing anything further for you until you clean yourself up.
All right, it's called boundaries, Steve. I won't give them money. Now, I'll bring her, now, say, for example, Dingbat's friend comes over to the house. I'll give her a meal. I'll let her take a shower. That's one thing. But I'm watching her. I'm keeping my eye on her. Okay? Because she's addicted to pills. My pills are locked up and hidden. Even, well, Dingbat knows where they're at. But I'm not letting it be known.
Mm-hmm.
But see, we can't just lock these people up. Our jails are overcrowded. And like Chevy guy said last night, for every one dealer you take off the street, there's 3 more right behind them. Because the rehabs are full, yes. But the person has got to want to try to get ahead. And these things are so powerful. Unless you walked a mile in my shoes, unless you walked a mile in dingbat shoes, you don't know what the journey's like. You don't know what the struggle's like. You don't know. Because the only thing you're thinking of is getting your fix for the day. Dingbat will tell you. I'll tell you. We've been in church. We've been at family functions getting high, getting our fix on, stealing from my own mom, my own dad. I've done it. I'll admit it. Am I proud of it? No. Am I embarrassed and ashamed? Yes. That's why I don't discuss it, Steve. That's why I don't talk about it.
Sure.
But hearing these old guys that sit there and look down upon us, that's where I draw the line. I mean, my own dad. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, I don't know. Maybe one more question for your brain dead. For an everyday individual who looks at this. People say, and I understand. Each drug addict is making a conscious decision anytime they pop a pill or crush a pill and sniff it or inject some heroin or whatever. They're making a conscious decision to do this, are they not?
No. The only thing they know is that they're hurting. They don't want to feel pain. They get high to get rid of the pain. I'm in another group, by the way, as well. I can't count to you how many times somebody has been molested, raped, beaten, whatever, and they get on this stuff to get away from that pain. And all they want to do is to maintain that feeling. They don't want to go backwards. They want to go forwards. It's like the dingbat's friend. I know she's got a demon. She's not confronting. And I've told her, I said, unless you confront this demon, you'll never get anywhere. Yeah. You'll never be anywhere. But there's always some backstory. And seeing somebody OD, okay, yeah, granted. But you don't know their story. You don't know if they were molested, if this poor child was molested as a kid growing up. You don't know if they come from abuse
family.
home.
Sure.
You don't know that story. The only thing they know is how to get away from the pain, to stay away from it, to feel good. Why do you think they call it a high? You want to feel good. The only thing you care about is getting that high and maintaining it. And you will do anything it takes possible to get it. I mean, look at all, what was it back in 08, 09 when we had the economy tank, Steve? People were stealing copper and metal, and they were all strung out on drugs. There's your point. Now, throw them away, hanging them, shooting them, whatever? No. But there are people that can change if you give them the right tools. That's the thing.
Yeah,
giving them the right tools and educate.
The only person he said to take out was the dealer, the people that are out there pushing it on others to make money from it. You know, not the addicted individual, but the people that are out there pushing the drugs. But like I mentioned at the time, just for whatever reason, it seems like for every individual that does get taken off the street, maybe thrown in jail, 30 years in prison. Yeah, for dealing this stuff, there's somebody else waiting in line to make that buck. It's a vicious cycle, but all right, we're a bit behind here. Get our news break and back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is clarifying some comments that he made on Wednesday. He now is stressing that there will be consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin moves his troops into Ukraine.
Any assembled Russian units move across the Ukrainian border, that is an invasion. But it will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies.
These comments come just one day before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's meeting on Friday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They're hoping to diffuse tensions. Another winter storm is heading into parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. Forecasters say major travel disruptions along portions of Interstate 85 and 95 in Virginia and the Carolinas will be affected. This is USA Radio News.
An incredible business opportunity is coming to your area. Are you ready to own your own business? This is the opportunity you've been waiting for. Mr. Sandless, the largest wood refinisher in the world, needs owners throughout your area. Due to the housing shortages in the U.S., Mr. Sandless sales are skyrocketing, driving demand for their unique Sandless refinishing service to record earnings, and you can get in on the action. Mr. Sandless has already refinished more than 100 million square feet of floors with no sanding and nothing to clean up afterwards. Brand new territories are available right now across the nation. You could be the exclusive Mr. Sandless owner right where you live. A very low entry fee gets you started with a profit potential that's massive. Get all the details at msfranchise.com. That's msfranchise.com. But hurry, the best territories will go fast.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I did hear from the Grump. Got a message via email here a few minutes ago, which says, Steve, I'm on day 9 of COVID, and it's been a battle. Had the PCR test Tuesday, and it was positive, of course. Then they also tested me for the flu, and it also was positive. So I got the double whammy of the crud. That's why it's been a bear to get rid of. Yeah, I was going to call in, but this stuff is exhausting. Yeah, I'll check in next week. Maybe by then I'll have this stuff in the rearview mirror. No more fever or the joint pain, just really congested and coughing some. Yeah, my doctor did raise a little hell because I didn't want any therapeutics. Yeah, I figured some 20-year-old Macallan Scotch was therapeutic enough. Anyway, I'm on the mend. Yeah, doing good as always. Just my opinion. All right, yes, and yeah, he was vaccinated. I don't know if he'd had the booster or not, but so what is that? Flurona, I think. Isn't that the term they've dubbed when you get the flu and the COVID, the double whammy? You know, my wife thinks she may have had that as well because she couldn't believe that I was 2 days down and out and started feeling better. Then, of course, dealing with the whole the congestion, the typical cough, and the cold type symptoms. But she spent 7, 8, 9 days just feeling like absolute hell. She's convinced she may have had the double whammy as well. She never got tested for the flu, though, so we don't know. Flurona. Yep. The combination. Double whammy. Let me see here. Blade Runner sends me a link. This whole 5G rollout that's been taking place this week around the country. The headline from the Enquirer is, the area around Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International Airport will see a delay in the rollout of 5G service from Verizon and AT&T as airports around the nation are concerned about aviation safety as it launches. As reported by USA Today, the decision to delay the rollout in some areas from the telecommunication giants come after the CEOs of major airlines, FedEx and UPS, asked the Biden administration, the FAA, and the Transportation Department to address their concerns over activating 5G. Now, Verizon and AT&T had planned to launch those 5G networks around the country on Wednesday. All right, let me see. I had an email from Vic because that topic did come up this past evening. Steve, it appears America has become the gang that could not shoot straight. All these transportation issues can't be blamed on Mayor Pete because many were in the making before his becoming transportation secretary. However, his ability to address problems doesn't seem very substantial, seeing as how he has a background in naval intelligence. Now, considering that military planes are dependent on the same frequencies, it's curious that altimeters and distance measuring equipment were not upgraded before 5G was approved. Otherwise, a lot of cell phone towers will have to be relocated 5G will have to be delayed or airline service will be restricted at certain airports. Now, from supply chain to infectious diseases to world relations, boy, this country's not looking real good, is it? The Nipa virus, which does come from fruit bats, is transmitted by fruit bats as a known zoonotic virus. It infects swine and can be transmitted to humans from fruit the bats have ate on, from infected swine in their meat, saliva, or droppings. It's very deadly. Is that the COVID-19 vector or a part, maybe, of the manufactured virus? But if it isn't considered a possibility and investigated, we'll never know. All of this and more hitting the transportation sector hard, and I don't see Mayor Pete as the dynamic leader needed to force these issues at this point in time. Yeah, that's odd considering that Biden intended to rebuild the infrastructure. Then there's a pipeline shut down. Now at $90 per barrel, Russia has sufficient income to be adventurous, to say the least. Below that, and Russia struggles financially, in other words, price per barrel below that, which right now means abandoning rural area development in favor of urban development. That's why Ukraine is of interest. It's always been a rich agricultural area and the shortest route to the Russian Baltic Fleet in Crimea. I don't think fear of America is keeping Putin from launching any sort of intrusion into Ukraine. It's weather and available finances. Militarily, there's no need for Putin to hurry because it appears America certainly is not getting stronger. He also sent me an attachment there where the headline reads, Japan solved the 5G airliner problem last year and no one appeared to notice. What? So again, he's got the link there to the register. You'll have to check that out at a later point in time. What have they done that we haven't, right? They apparently figured it out. And that's what the airlines are really saying. Then, this past week, I'm sorry, not the airlines, but the telecommunications giants, the likes of Verizon and AT&T, they said other countries have figured it out. There's 40 other countries, I guess? And they specifically mentioned France. That's what they say. If U.S. airlines are flying into France, what difference would be in the 5G there versus flying in the United States? So the debate goes on, but all right, back to the phones we go. Eskimo Mom is on board this Friday. How we doing, Eskimo Mom?
Oh, I can't wait till spring, but I'm just riding and guiding. Got a pretty night so far, except for being cold.
Yep.
But what I want to talk to you about, I'll start off with the move over, slow down law. Mm-hmm. One of the catalysts for it happened up in the Dayton, up in the Beaver Creek area here, I think about maybe 25, 30 years ago, when a couple of first responders was taking care of an accident and somebody lost it, and I think one or two first responders passed away because of that. That kind of spurred it on, and it's just and I don't know what happened to that driver of that car. It's been so long now, but I was going to talk about the suicide by truck. Back about and part of the reason why some of these overpasses, why they put the fences up alongside the bridges on these overpasses, is to prevent people from jumping off of there. Because that goes in what Brandon was saying about people trying to cure their pain. That's the way they cure their pain is by finding a way to take their own life, whether to be jumping in front of a truck like that guy in Maine did, yep, or somebody going the wrong way on an interstate, or even crossing the center line. It's a sad way to go for some of these folks to try to drag somebody else in there that is just totally innocent. Yep. And as for the survivors of that, I was involved in a a wrong way head on about 6.5, almost 7 years ago, and after getting settled down and everything, if I did not get back in the truck, then I would not be doing this today. I would not be moving. I would not be moving forward. I would just be moving backwards, or not even moving at all. Wow. And even today, every now and then, it's like Breeze and some of the other folks will tell you that every now and that I talk to, every now and then something will catch my eye, whether be somebody coming around a bend at a particular angle, and it's just like I keep thinking, okay, is that somebody coming the wrong way again?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it something going on? It's just something you got to work your way through and and then take a breath and take a step back and assess the situation and try not to get too excited.
Well, Eskimo Mom, it's good to hear from you. There's firsthand experience out there, someone that's dealt with it. Yep, that's kind of what I was looking for. Hey, have a great Friday, Eskimo Mom. Thank you very much. What are we looking at? About 7 before the hour. Get a quick 2-minute timeout and back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There we go, back on a Friday, TGIF. As we head toward the weekend, let's see, get a message here from Charles here just a few moments ago. Steve, Interstate 75 is completely shut down at the 67-mile marker. This is northbound side in Tip City, Ohio. So heads up there, 75 at the 67-mile marker, northbound, shut down. See if we can get more on that. But thanks for the heads up from Push to Start. Appreciate you being with us. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here, and let me see here. Yeah, what do you say, you old dinosaur?
What's happening, Steve?
I don't. All I can figure is he must have misunderstood when you were saying that you need to start stringing them up in the streets. As far as the dealers, the pushers, you never said anything about hanging the drug addicts in the streets.
Not at all, Steve. Listen, I'm going to be totally respectful here, but I like to fell off this couch when I heard some of the comments he was making directly towards me. I highly suggest to Brain Dead that he goes back and listens to both of the nights that I called in. One night called in twice.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, the first night I called in, I even made it a point. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I said that I think it was safe to say that anyone who's suffering from this addiction or had family members who have suffered from this is welcome on this show anytime. Also went on to say, we are not the radical left.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, sir.
We do not look down on these people. We do not call them deplorables. We're all human. Where he's coming up with this, I strongly suggest he needs to go back and listen to what I said. I have never been an addict, Steve. So, no, I have not walked in his shoes. But I deal with this almost on a daily basis. I did, when I called last night, I kind of had some regrets about talking about how I had to roll these dead people over and check them. I don't know if that was the right thing for me to be saying over the air like this. But I guarantee you I rolled over more dead people because of this problem this country has than Brain Dead has. And to think that it doesn't affect me, okay, because of this problem. And I tried to make it clear that I wish I had the answers for this problem this country has. At no time did I ever speak down to anybody that was been put in this position, ever. I think it was quite the opposite. I was reaching out, trying to figure out what we can do to help these people. So go back and listen to the show, Brain Dead, and all of them, and maybe turn the radio down and put the headphones on and listen to it real good. To think that I would look down on you or your wife or anybody is a big mistake. And that's all I got, Steve, and have a good night, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Yep. I think there's just a miscommunication there somewhere. That's all I can figure. But let me share this email from one of our listening friends who says, I'd like to remain anonymous with this email. Thank you, Steve. First of all, congrats to Brain Dead and Dingbat overcoming their addiction. Also, anyone else in their struggle. I did attend a rehab program for alcohol, and about 75% of the patients who were there to try and overcome were there for opioid and heroin addiction. I didn't realize heroin was even still a drug of choice at the time. My program was about 3 weeks for me, and I was sober over a week before going in, so I didn't have to go through the whole detox. But make a long story short, afterwards it was recommended to join an outpatient program. You would only complete when the instructor felt you were ready. My boss said I was missing too much time, only about 8 hours a week out of 58. Well, guess what? It only took about 2 weeks to relapse. If anyone enters a similar program, do whatever you can to stick. But just wanted to say thanks again for the great program you provide and the hardworking men and women out there on the roads. And yeah, happy to keep you anonymous. Good to have you with us. Thank you for your comments. And we'll return after news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is clarifying some comments that he made on Wednesday. He now is stressing that there will be consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin moves his troops into Ukraine.
Any assembled Russian units move across the Ukrainian border, that is an invasion. But it will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies.
These comments come just one day before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's meeting on Friday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They're hoping to diffuse tensions. Another winter storm is heading into parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. Forecasters say major travel disruptions along portions of Interstate 85 and 95 in Virginia and the Carolinas will be affected. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Supreme Court has denied abortion providers' latest request to intervene in the ongoing legal challenge against Texas' restrictive abortion law, cutting off one of the few remaining paths to a speedy victory for abortion providers. The case is currently before the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, which sent the case to the Texas Supreme Court. Abortion providers were hoping the Supreme Court would direct the Fifth Circuit to send the case to federal district court, where a judge previously blocked the law. A new report shows not as many people are buying homes right now.
The National Association of Realtors says that the figure dropped 4.6% last month. That comes out to just under 6.2 million units. Full year sales for 2021 were just over 6.1 million. That's an 8.5% jump from the pandemic-filled year of 2020. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
With the Winter Olympics getting ready to start in about 2 weeks, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says President Biden isn't worried about the athletes going to China.
We work closely with the U.S. Olympic Committee. The athletes are going. The president's looking forward to cheering. I'm a bit Olympics obsessed myself, and I'm looking forward to cheering for them as well from home.
She made the comments on Fox. Officials are advising American athletes, though, to leave their personal electronics at home and use burner phones to avoid being tracked by the Chinese government. The NCAA has made some major changes about their rules for transgender people.
The NCAA Board of Governors changed its policy regarding transgender athletes that started yesterday. The new approach to allowing transgender athletes will follow a sport-by-sport model similarly adopted by the U.S. and International Olympic Committees. The NCAA said if there was no international federation policy, then the previously established IOC policy criteria would be followed. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Adele has posted on social media that she's postponing her residency at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas.
I'm so sorry, but my show ain't ready. We've tried absolutely everything that we can to put it together in time.
She says that delivery delays and COVID-19 are the cause. She also promised that all the dates would be rescheduled in the future. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And back at it here on a Friday. What else in the mix? We're just checking out the story that Uncle Buster sent me where, according to this report from Fox News, Odell Beckham Jr.'s solid performance in the Los Angeles Rams' 34-11 win over the Cardinals Monday seems to have drawn the attention of the NFL. According to the veteran wideout, he posted an image to his Instagram, stories of himself celebrating a touchdown. The caption read, "How it started." Then in the same post, he shared a screenshot of a text from a league employee informing him of a surprise drug test with the caption versus "How it's going." Says, "I got you scheduled for a PES test at the facility today. I'll be set up next to the cafeteria. Thanks." Read the text. Beckham then said in reply on Twitter that he's been tested before, but it's increased since he's joined the Rams. Let's see. LOL, bro. It's been for the last 3 years. Obviously more since I've been a Ram. Anyway, he had 4 catches for 54 yards, including his first career playoff touchdown catch for the Rams' first points. He also threw a 40-yard pass during his own first postseason victories. 6 touchdown catches in his last 8 games since he joined the Rams mid-season. I guess any player at any time. That's the name of the game. Happens to truck drivers every day, doesn't it? You never know when you're going to get that, "Hey, we need you to come pee in a cup." All right, with that, we'll get back to the calls here. Cue Ball dropped off the line. I know you held for about 50 minutes, so my apologies. I missed you there. Let's see. Chevy Guy's on board. Hello, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Holding for 50 minutes don't mean nothing. I mean, I'm going to be listening to you whether on the Facebook or on the telephone. So it's a good show. I was pretty hard on Pappy last night myself. Pappy, you did good, man. I mean, hey, it lights up the phones and it brings up an intelligent conversation. I think the only thing that sent Brain Dead off last night is when you referred that there's help. You've got a tool you can use to help these people. And I think maybe it was misunderstood a little bit. And I think it was enlightening your question about, do you make a conscious decision to shoot up? All right. I don't have any addictions. Never did. It's totally a different world. I'm around people. I've been affected by the drug of choice that ruined my family. What I was getting in last night was alcohol. Now, if it's personal, say red light. You smoke a cigarette, do you make a conscious decision when you light up? Or is your body screaming for that? Because what I understand is one puff will answer the cry your body's making. It's the fastest drug delivery system on the planet. Does that? I mean, you got to know what's the effect. Of cancer.
I guess I'd say that's a fair question, and my answer, for me personally, now, I don't know, cigarettes, nicotine, the addiction. I do make a conscious decision every time I step out the door and fire up a smoke. I don't know if that can be compared. There can't be a comparison. I mean, if I quit smoking right now, yeah, they say you'll have withdrawals and whatnot, but I'm not going to get, physically, painfully sick, like a drug addict would.
Yeah, I just spent 30 minutes just after the show started. My girl cousin called. She's lung cancer. It's coming back. They've already cut out part of her lung. You know where she was? She was because they got a newborn baby in the house. She's in the garage. You know how cold it is up there in Ohio right now. Smoking a cigarette, talking. She said she ain't going to stop.
Yeah.
But that, I have no concept of that. So, that's where I'm getting there. And what I was doing last night, I think Pappy was doing, and you got to separate the addicts. You got to compartmentalize this. What we're talking about is the tools of management. In the Philippines, their tool of management is you blow away the drug dealers. You catch them, blow them away. That's how they manage it here. Here, Pappy has tools for drug dealers, and we've already seen no matter what we do, it's like a hopeless situation. There's always somebody going to come up behind them. Now, and then the other management is, I believe it's Sweden or Norway. They give these drugs to people. So there's no way you got a drug dealer. They knocked off the drug dealer because there's no way to make money because the government just takes care of these people. Now, I'm still listen to me, and I think I was challenged yesterday by another after hours caller, and I appreciate it because I was able to explain it that way. You got to remove the victims, which are the addicts, in all of this conversation. What we're talking about is the tools to deal with it. Now, of a truth, is there, Norway, Sweden, these countries are about as big or smaller than Texas. Can America deal with its drug problem like they do? I don't know, because they've got to sign off the people that are addicted. They've got to check in. They get their clean needles. They monitor their people for sickness and everything else, and it keeps them from being victimized. Like, can you do it in America? I don't know. So Pappy's in a terrible situation, and I think the reflection of we can get you help, we can lead you here to get help, was a sign of Pappy's love for the community, his love for the victims in this situation. And I think Kentucky Ken brought up a good point. He said the dealers are addicted. They don't care about these people. They're addicted to the money.
Yeah.
And it's just plain and simple. You remove them. Pappy removes them, and all of a sudden somebody else pops up. So this is a wonderful conversation. It takes us into a world of what everybody's dealing with. And Brain Dead, and I tell you what, I appreciate your story so much. Listen, y'all kicking it. My parents decided to put 9 kids off into who knows where so they could play with their drug and alcohol,
Yep.
And they all died early. Mom at 48, Dad at 50. Heck with the kids. But I have no concept right now because my kids don't even know any of this. You understand? They don't know. It ended with me. I don't get high, don't get drunk, don't do nothing like that, So And listen, I never smoked. Their mama don't smoke. That's what they're doing. They smoke. I think one thing, maybe a question with Brain Dead next time I talk to him is, I think one of the things is to kick the habit, you've got to find brand new friends. You can't, if you're trying to kick a dope habit, you got to get away from fellow dopers. So for the fact those two are Brain Dead and Deanbat are supporting each other, they're my heroes, because they're coming out of that nightmare that our country's suffering with. But it all comes down to us trying to control a population. And I do say at least out in, at least in Norway, which I said, you don't know if we could do that in this country. But at least they're not being criminalized. Here they get criminalized, sometimes get pushed in, maybe less so, pushed in a jail cell with other drug addicts. So I don't know where it helps. They come out clean and then they go right to the streets to get it again. Now you got to correct me here. The way I understood how they overcame the moonshine industry is the counties ended up going from dry counties to wet counties. And then they ended up selling the alcohol cheaper than you get from the Chinese. So the government had to learn to expand and accept what the people wanted. And like Brain Dead was saying about how they voted for the marijuana. And just before I go, one thing, Irving, I've seen 4 salt trucks here in the Low Country in South Carolina, and they were all heading south. They're saying it's going to hit down here. Ice is going to hit down here at 11 o'clock. So, I've been down here 20 years.
Myrtle. I mean, like I said, Myrtle Beach ice storm, right? Wilmington. Okay. Let me see here. About 18 past the hour. Now, speaking of taking the money out of the drug dealers' hands, isn't that pretty much what's happened with the legalization in, what is it, like 18 states now, legalizing recreational marijuana? And I don't believe the marijuana on the streets, the black market, has anywhere near the profitability that it used to have here in the United States. Isn't that why we've seen that shift, that transition to where it's the methamphetamines and it's the fentanyls that are now the primary drug of choice flooding into the country from the cartels? They're in Mexico or Central America, and they're getting their raw ingredients from China, I believe, the fentanyl. But then they're manufacturing these fake pills that look like a Vicodin or a hydrocodone or an Oxycontin. They said the average person on the street would never know that it is fake, that it's laced with fentanyl, and one of those pills may kill them. But that's the new moneymaker for the cartels. That, and you notice the human smuggling. The money they used to make bringing the marijuana with the pack mules, 50 pounds sack strapped on their back, forcing them to bring it in. They're now just charging them individuals and making the money off them, the human smuggling operations. The changes. All right, some of our listening friends, what do we have here? Comments. Let's see. Santa Claus on board. There he is. Morning, Steve. We've got 39 degrees just outside of Edwards Air Force Base. Going to make a L.A. drop, then off at home next week. I'll be doing Southwest bases. Santa Claus out. All right, good to have you with us, Santa Claus. He did say, did you see that motorcycle accident that happened in L.A. today? It was brutal. Yes, I did. I saw the video of that. I mean, as they so often do in L.A., they have these high-speed chases, pursuits on the interstates on any given day. And the live news, they'll be breaking in with the helicopter coverage, which I believe that was exactly what was happening in this case. But this motorcycle, which apparently was stolen, a stolen bike, and I don't believe they were even in pursuit of him. But the helicopter was overhead. no idea what speeds he was going through these streets during rush hour, but I mean, coming up on intersections and whatnot, and here he comes up to blow through one intersection and pretty much has a head-on with an automobile in that intersection. And again, it was caught live on the television coverage there, and when they broke away, as soon as they realized, boom, the crash, and this motorcyclist went flying through the air. Santa Claus said he was at 130 miles per hour. Wow. Yeah, so the dude goes flying, and they take it back to the live studio, and the female news announcer had like her hands on her face, like, oh my God, what did we just witness? Yeah. Yeah, that was brutal. Yes, and the motorcyclist died on the scene. So that was his one last joyride on that stolen bike. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, and plenty of room for you this Friday morning. That number is 844-844-3388. And, let's see, push to start. I do believe he said it was a truck fire there. That interstate closure there. Eskimo Mom, we got you. You got info about a closure too or something?
No, I was going to give you for that road closure. It's really easy to get around that because that's basically Tip City, Ohio, where I work out of, and the easiest way to get around that is to get off at X64 Northwest Boulevard, which is with the exit for the Flying J. Then turn left at that traffic at the top of the ramp. Go to the dead end out there by the Dayton International Airport. That's going to be Dixie Drive. Turn right on that. Follow that all the way up. And when you get to 571, or you can even keep going up the County Road 25A, because that's Dixie Highway, Dixie Drive, and County Road 25A are the same road. They just switch names at the county line, and follow that all the way up to and follow that back up to 75, which will be about exit 69.
Okay. So it shouldn't be too difficult to get around. He did say there was a truck fire there, I believe is what had it shut down. So.
Okay, I've taken a peek at the local news stations. I haven't heard anything yet, and I could reach out to some of the guys I work with and see if they know anything.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
No problem.
Have a good morning,
Thank you
Eskimo Mom.
let me be a repeat offender.
Yeah, anytime, Eskimo Mom. So we're hearing in our news breaks, news updates, the president this past day, trying to obviously repair the comments he had made in his 2-hour press conference when he had insinuated that, like a minor incursion, Russia into Ukraine would be different, maybe met with a different kind of response versus a, quote, full-fledged invasion. What is a minor incursion? Within a matter of hours, Jen Psaki was out trying to clarify. And here's the sad part. Even the Ukraine's president was pretty upset about it. Ukrainian President Zelensky distanced himself from comments made by Joe Biden Wednesday regarding the possible Russian invasion, affirming in a statement there's no such thing as a minor incursion. Hello? We want to remind the great powers that there are no minor incursions and small nations, just as there are no minor casualties and little grief from the loss of loved ones. I say this as the president of a great power. See, when he insinuated to reporters the previous day that we may not provide substantial support to Ukraine if the Russian invasion would be like a minor incursion, he didn't elaborate on any details of what he meant at the time. Zelensky had previously pushed for Biden's administration to sanction the Nord Stream 2 pipeline in retaliation for their ongoing support of pro-Russian separatists in the Donbas region. And, of course, going back to the annexation of Crimea back in 2014. This gas pipeline, the project, is going to expand upon the original Nord Stream pipeline and directly connect Russian oil and gas into Central Europe. And NATO allies warned that the pipeline gives Russia the pretext to increase their military presence into the Baltic Sea region that it runs through. Of course, after canceling the Keystone Pipeline, Joe Biden immediately turned around and lifted the sanctions against their pipeline back in June. And he's refused to impose any sanctions unless Russia follows through with moving on Ukraine. Zelensky had similar choice words for Biden at that time. He said at the time, I understand that the relationship between the United States and Germany is very important. I wouldn't want to intervene between these two esteemed countries. However, how many Ukrainian lives does the relationship between the United States and Germany cost? Good point. To which, remember that one question that Biden was asked by the Newsmax guy, James Rosen, about his cognitive abilities? That may have been one question that Joe Biden answered absolutely with complete honesty, because his answer simply was, I have no idea. He probably doesn't. Yeah, you tell me, or, for those who have family members that have dealt with dementia, Alzheimer's, losing their ability, their cognitive abilities. You watch them gradually begin to fade away. Do they know, do these people realize that their cognitive abilities are going away? I don't think they do. Now, again, I may be wrong, but for the most part, only having dealt most recently with my father-in-law, I remember very distinctly when the first signs of his losing his cognitive abilities, a conversation we were having right out in front of my home. When they had come up for a visit, we were working on a chainsaw that we couldn't get to fire up, and he was telling me the story about, Yeah, several years ago, blah, 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 down at his place, the guy that came out with the chainsaw did this, did that, and, a whole 5-minute story, to which literally about 30 seconds later, the entire story started over again, and he told the entire story as he had just told. He had no recollection. He had just told me that story. And I that was the first that I noticed that, hey, Pops is kind of forgetting things, and he's telling you the same thing. Just minutes after he just told it to you, and he doesn't remember. I don't think they realize they're losing their cognitive ability. I would venture Joe Biden has no idea. These things that he is forgetting about. Can't remember names of presidents of other countries. I mean, we've seen one gaffe after another. So that was probably an honest answer. Why do you think so many Americans are concerned about your cognitive ability? I have no idea. Makes sense to me. Get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is agreeing that his Build Back Better agenda is large, and White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says he realizes he may have to settle for separate portions of it being passed.
He also recognizes that nothing is going to get done without 50 votes. So we're not confronting a choice between what can happen in our ideal. It's a choice between, do we make critical progress for the economic well-being of middle-class families and in tackling climate crisis or not?
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hopes the separate portions add up to a significant bill. New Mexico has become the first state to ask National Guard troops to serve as substitute teachers due to the pandemic. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
It's not a recruitment tool for any state department or the Guard or anybody else. It's just a vehicle to make sure that schools can stay open.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Just did a refresh on the national radar scene. Hey, we are beginning to see some of that icy mixture, that little mess coming into southern reaches of Texas, from Corpus Christi, maybe even some freezing rain as far south, if you could imagine, as Monterrey, Mexico. Wow, the cold air way down south. Now, we have seen a little bit of the frozen precip on the coastal areas of North Carolina. I think there's going to be more moisture streaming in with that coastal storm as we progress through the day today. That's why those winter storm warnings and ice storm warnings, yes, again, are in place for eastern portions of North Carolina into parts of South Carolina. It's not a very broad area with the ice storm warnings, but it does include, like I said, Myrtle Beach, Conway, Wilmington, Whiteville, Burgall. Some of the most significant ice accretions expected to occur there. Northeast South Carolina, southeast North Carolina. And by the way, that ice storm warning is in place till the noon hour Saturday. So there's plenty of time for that moisture to stream in to that region. Meanwhile, Pennsylvania police paying special attention to an intersection in Mechanicsburg after multiple semi-trucks have made illegal turns, causing traffic situations and some property damage. Guess the long story short, stop listening to that GPS device. The intersection in question is on Main and North Walnut Streets, where big rigs are specifically not permitted to make turns onto the narrow roadways. But county police say that hasn't stopped many trucks from doing so. We get it several times a month. Someone will call and say there's a truck stuck here at the intersection. It's a very small intersection. It's not suited for tractor trailers, not turning at all, according to police. In addition to getting stuck and blocking traffic, semi-trucks attempting the illegal turns have even damaged property. Side of the trailer hitting the post and damage, as you can see, dented up, paint all scraped up, some of the metal shavings that have come off as well. It said there are signs that read no turns for trucks over 25 feet long, but apparently they don't make any difference for these out-of-town drivers just looking to make their own deliveries. Many times they're not from this area, and unfortunately seems like they almost have an unfallible faith in their GPS to get where they need to get, regardless of any signs. Now, officers are paying special attention to that region, prepared to issue citations for drivers in an attempt to prevent any more dangerous illegal turns. It's most likely they would get a traffic citation for disobeying a traffic control device, turning in violation of the posted sign there. Hey, you can add a few additional truck parking spaces out there around the country. Love's Travel Center is opening 2 new stores in Texas and Illinois, adding more than 200 truck parking spaces to their network. One of the new locations is Winona, Texas. 12,000 square foot store. Godfather's Pizza, a Subway. I guess that opens on the 24th. 113 truck parking spaces. 8 diesel bays, showers, laundry facilities. There will be a Speedco opening there at a later date, and a dog park as well. The other new Loves is Mount Vernon, Illinois, a 13,000 square foot store where they'll have a Bojangles opening later, 99 truck parking spaces, 7 diesel bays, 8 showers, laundry, cat scale, and a dog park. And of course, if you missed the announcement earlier this month, they're planning to open yet another 40 locations around the country in the year 2022, ultimately adding another 3,000 truck parking spaces to their network around the country. And back to the phones here. Let's see, is it Art?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, Shadow Chaser, what's going on?
Yeah, I was off the road for a couple of months there. I was sick myself there. Between November 17th and I got out Thanksgiving Day. What I had was I was badly dehydrated and plus I had pneumonia real bad.
Did you have the COVID or just regular old cold that led to pneumonia?
Regular old cold led to pneumonia. I wasn't drinking enough water and got badly dehydrated, see.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better.
I was in the hospital. I'm still here, Steve, because my blood pressure went down to 90 over 60.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. I got back on the road here about a week ago. In my situation there, when I got back to work, I had to take a pee test plus a DOT physical before I got back on the road.
Yep.
So. But everything's fine now. Don't have to drink lots of water.
Stay hydrated. That's the name of the game.
Hey, enjoy the weather down there. It's 8 below up there by Tacoma, Wisconsin.
Do me a favor there, Shadow. Shut the damn barn door, will you? I've had enough of this stuff. I know. We got a whole lot of winter yet to go. 21st day of January, though. And here we are. I think it was Gilligan sent me the link this past morning. The video of the girl that was live television coverage, news coverage, reporting on the weather and the water main breaks when she was hit by a car live on the air. Scary. AccuWeather then shared. It's kind of a video that's gone viral around the country, but Tori Yorgi is her name, a TV reporter from WSAZ out of Huntington, West Virginia. Live on the air, talking about the weather Wednesday night when she was blindsided by a car. Reporting live from Dunbar, a little city on the western part of the state just off I-64. Just about to discuss reports of water main breaks and slick roads, the freezing conditions, when she and her camera were struck and knocked to the ground by the car. And caught on video of the incident shows her with her back to the approaching vehicle when she gets knocked over. "Oh my God, I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay," she says to the anchor. "My whole life just flashed before my eyes, but, well, this is live TV and everything's okay." Once she was able to get back on her feet in front of the camera, someone at the scene could be heard on the broadcast clip asking if she's okay, but it's not clear if it was the driver of the vehicle. It's also not clear if the driver of the vehicle was actually detained or even questioned by police. She said, "I thought I was in a safe spot, but clearly we might need to move the camera here. So let me do that while I'm thinking of it." But she went on and she resumed her report live there. Social media, people started questioning the guy back in the booth. It seems like he wasn't real concerned about his coworker. But he explained to several outraged Twitter users that he didn't even see what happened. He didn't have a good look at what happened. "I have no control over the controls," he said. We were live, so I was trying to see in this tiny monitor near the camera and listen to her. Also trying to remain calm in the situation. It's not an easy situation for sure. But thankfully, Tori says she's okay. She did head to the ER ultimately to be checked out, but apparently this wasn't the first time she'd been struck by a car. She noted that she was actually hit by a car just like that while she was in college. But whoever the woman was that hit her, it appears she must have actually got out and asked if she's okay. The woman was so nice, she said, "She didn't mean to. It was an accident. I know it was. But I'm okay. Everything's fine." But the fact that she was able to keep on going, there was several other reporters that commented to her. This one guy, Ben Collins, for NBC News said, if I got struck by a car on television, I hate to say it, but the FCC violation would probably be enough to resolve the national debt. In other words, if I'm hit live on TV, he's going to lay out a string of expletives that would get, like I said, $1 trillion worth, right? Hey, good morning, Horse Feathers. What's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. I believe that wasn't just a car. I believe that was an SUV that hit that woman, reporter. I don't think it was just a regular automobile sedan type car. I think if you check into it, it was an SUV.
I couldn't tell. I mean, I did watch the video, but I know that there was, like police and flashing lights and all that behind her in the scene. I'm guessing it was a vehicle maybe trying to do a U-turn or something there because of the water main break. That's all I could figure.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I just heard about it. Somebody told me about it, but I'm pretty sure that what I heard, the one report I heard, said there was an SUV involved. So pretty lucky. Just one of those things, it just wasn't her time, her number wasn't picked at that point. So anyways, just any day, you just never know. But, what do we got here? About 16 degrees outside Lancaster and between Lancaster and York, Pennsylvania. And the temperature is really not that bad, but I'll tell you what, that 15, 20 mile an hour breeze is blowing. It's about enough to freeze you to death. That's the worst part about it there. Is you can kind of manage working out in the cold, but that cold air starts, that wind starts blowing on you and working on you. That makes it pretty tough. So Jolly Green there, he's got an issue with people that don't move over in that. And we were having that discussion a little bit. He called before the show, and I'm like, you ever try driving on the I-95 corridor from, say, Boston to Miami? And, it's about like sitting on a NASCAR track. And there's a lot of times that if I'm over in the right lane, which a lot of times I don't run the right lane, but if I am in the right lane, if I got a truck or 2 or 3 or 20 in front of me, I got a very limited view of what's coming up on the shoulder in front of me. And for the most part, I normally have at least 2 cars or 3 cars on my left side because how close the cars drive together, they make sure there isn't room for trucks to move out in front of them when they're going down the road.
Sure.
So yeah, I do my best to slow down when I come up on something, and I stay pretty hard over to the other lane there. You know, I get away as far as I can, you know, and get over on the dots or the zipper or whatever you call it. And but as Moose says, you have to maintain your lane. You can't be crossing lanes, but I will lean a little bit on the people that are on my side if I have to try to have a little extra space. But it's, you know, it goes back, you know, Gilligan talked about that wreck, and, you know, the 2 trucks that are side by side, and who should back off if, you know, they see something like that. And, you know, the ones that are out there by themselves that do it, you know, that's either just no consideration for anybody else, or just don't care, or just don't know, or maybe didn't even see it because they were too busy watching their smartphone doing whatever on it that they didn't even know it happened.
Yep.
So you never know. And I guess if somebody goes by you that close, you just feel lucky they didn't hit you at that point. It's about the only thing you can say. But anyways, so I guess I don't know if I didn't search right in the Mid-America listing there of exhibitors to come up with it, but after you said that there, I came up and saw where they were listed there. I didn't get a chance to go on to look for your booth. I guess I'll have to do that. Look to see where your booth is going to be. But sounds pretty interesting. So they said it's not going to be the truck to be that you first think of to be in the Hot Shot secret booth. So I was thinking the same one thing you did there. The first thing there would be the Fire Punk diesel truck.
Exactly. Yes,
first
sir.
one I think of.
Yeah.
So since it's not that, do you think it's a possibility that it might be the Peterbilt rollback truck that participates in the Make-A-Wish convoy in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Well, I would have no idea. Would you have any more information?
No, I don't have any more information on that whatsoever. But I was just, you know, if you have to think of a truck that, you know, you wouldn't have thought of first, you know, there's one to think of. So, but that'd be pretty cool, you know, if it was the one that participated in the Make-A-Wish convoy in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So I don't know. It carries the Hot Shot stickers on it there. So got a couple banners there that, you know, when we're sitting still, we use the banners. So we'll have to see how all that works out there. But anyways, well, all those fun and games. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. No, not a whole lot else going there, but I guess the gas situation keeps moving here, and I haven't heard of any shortages yet, and I haven't been delayed or had to go to any other locations for people not having gas for me to make my deliveries with. So I guess that's a good thing.
There you go.
But we'll have to see if people can keep affording it there. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Oh, I guess the one last thing. I don't know if you can find it or not, and you did find a way to play one sound thing there one time. I guess the interview with the vice president and Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show yesterday morning was quite interesting.
I haven't heard that yet, but apparently, Kamala got a little snippy with her?
Yeah, apparently a little steam under the collar there, and informed Savannah apparently a couple times that she was the vice president, and you know, I guess you're not supposed to question the vice president there. So, anyways, that sounds kind of interesting. I don't know if you can find the text of it or audio or whatever, but that'd be kind of an interesting thing. My wife was trying to find it for me there as I was walking out the door, and so she said she was going to send it and never did. So I don't know, but yeah, that's apparently she doesn't like to be questioned. Have her authority questioned, but. Maybe somebody ought to ask her how she's making out with the border down there. How would that be?
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. Hey, with all that there, I guess we'll let you go back there and look for an intelligent caller there.
Thank you, Horse Feathers. Have a great weekend. Yeah, I'm looking at the actual the news item said Kamala Harris was on NBC's Today Show, which normally they would have a loving relationship, right? The liberal media. But the interview was not quite as friendly as Harris might have hoped. And her interactions with Savannah Guthrie actually got heated on multiple occasions, apparently. Guthrie began by asking Harris whether Biden's comments about Russia maybe gave the green light to Vladimir Putin to take a piece of Ukraine. She wasn't real happy with that, apparently. Harris responded by repeating the same sort of rhetoric that Biden used on Wednesday, claiming the president has been very clear. If Putin takes aggressive action, we're prepared to levy serious and severe cost, period. But Guthrie questioned her claim about the president's clarity because he wasn't. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's less than clear because 30 minutes after the news conference, the White House press secretary had to actually clarify the president's remarks, Guthrie said, which that's true. Savannah, I'm being clear with you right now, and so if you're interested, I'll continue to be clear, Harris says bluntly. Then Guthrie kind of pressed her further, asking whether is there any amount of land Russia could take that the president would allow to turn a blind eye to, not issue those, quote, severe sanctions he's been threatening? And Kamala kind of danced around the question, saying that if Russia was denying or violating the sovereignty of Ukraine, the administration would interpret that as aggressive and issue a severe cost. Then they moved on to the integrity of the November elections. Guthrie said the president openly cast doubt on whether the 22 midterm elections would be legitimate, which he did in his own words. Is he really concerned that we may not have fair, free elections, she asked. Kamala began talking about the Democrats' voting rights package, which includes the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Bill. She said without the package being passed, laws in certain states would make it difficult for certain people to vote. That package seems dead in the Senate, which prompted the next question that Guthrie asked Harris about Biden's views. The specific question, if you don't mind, does he think now that these bills haven't been passed, that the 22 midterms will not be legitimate or fair or free? Once again, Harris did not answer the question, saying that Americans should not conflate issues, even though it was Biden himself that suggested the midterms may not be fair if these voting laws aren't passed. Finally, Guthrie asked whether Democrats should have been more willing to compromise in the past year, given the very slim majority they've had to get legislation passed in the Senate. Well, when I look back on this year, I think about things like the bipartisan infrastructure law. Administrations, both Democrat and Republican, have tried for years. Before she could launch into her diatribe, though, Guthrie interrupted her by saying, doesn't that show Republicans were willing to help if the initiatives were good? To which Kamala looked frustrated, and she said, please let me finish. Then she went back to talking about the infrastructure law instead of answering Guthrie's question. So Guthrie eventually told her, well, we're out of time. Sorry about that. And Kamala had that disgusted look on her face. You're not supposed to get those kind of questions from NBC, are you? No. Yeah, we'll be back at it after this. Philip got you coming up next, after which wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is clarifying some comments that he made on Wednesday. He now is stressing that there will be consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin moves his troops into Ukraine.
Any assembled Russian units move across the Ukrainian border, that is an invasion. But it will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies.
These comments come just one day before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's meeting on Friday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They're hoping to diffuse tensions. Another winter storm is heading into parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. Forecasters say major travel disruptions along portions of Interstate 85 and 95 in Virginia and the Carolinas will be affected. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Supreme Court has denied abortion providers' latest request to intervene in the ongoing legal challenge against Texas' restrictive abortion law, cutting off one of the few remaining paths to a speedy victory for abortion providers. The case is currently before the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, which sent the case to the Texas Supreme Court. Abortion providers were hoping the Supreme Court would direct the Fifth Circuit to send the case to federal district court, where a judge previously blocked the law. A new report shows not as many people are buying homes right now.
The National Association of Realtors says that the figure dropped 4.6% last month. That comes out to just under 6.2 million units. Full year sales for 2021 were just over 6.1 million. That's an 8.5% jump from the pandemic-filled year of 2020. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
With the Winter Olympics getting ready to start in about 2 weeks, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says President Biden isn't worried about the athletes going to China.
We work closely with the U.S. Olympic Committee. The athletes are going. The president's looking forward to cheering. I'm a bit Olympics obsessed myself, and I'm looking forward to cheering for them as well from home.
She made the comments on Fox. Officials are advising American athletes, though, to leave their personal electronics at home and use burner phones to avoid being tracked by the Chinese government. The NCAA has made some major changes about their rules for transgender people.
The NCAA Board of Governors changed its policy regarding transgender athletes that started yesterday. The new approach to allowing transgender athletes will follow a sport-by-sport model similarly adopted by the U.S. and International Olympic Committees. The NCAA said if there was no international federation policy, then the previously established IOC policy criteria would be followed. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Adele has posted on social media that she's postponing her residency at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas.
I'm so sorry, but my show ain't ready. We've tried absolutely everything that we can to put it together in time.
She says that delivery delays and COVID-19 are the cause. She also promised that all the dates would be rescheduled in the future. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Friday. Here we are. And how about another Dumbass of the Week nominee? Here we go, number 3. From Ohio this time around. An Ohio man arrested after he stole a vehicle with a man sleeping in the back seat. Police from Tiffin, Ohio say Justin Vaughn stole a white Audi with a passenger/hostage sleeping in the back seat. The man in the back seat apparently woke up and started texting police updates of what was happening during the alleged theft. Police say they were able to perform a slow-speed vehicle termination maneuver to end the pursuit. Vaughn was taken into custody, charged with felony aggravated robbery, kidnapping, theft of a motor vehicle, and fleeing and eluding police. Now, the passenger was treated and released by Sycamore Fire and EMS at the scene, but damn, I didn't know that dude was back there. That'll teach you. Been getting live updates. Meanwhile, back to the phones. Philip on board this Friday. What's happening, Philip?
Oh, nothing much, bud. I'm just sitting here looking at the radar while I'm waiting, and I wouldn't want to be in South Texas right now. Did you see that on the radar?
The ice, beautiful, huh? Yeah, freezing rain.
Yeah, it looks like all the way down, well, let's see here, from Kingsville south, all the way down to the border almost on 69E and on 281. Looks bad. Looks really bad. Looks like the Boca Chica is going to get some rain too right now. I don't think that ice is going to get that far over, but it doesn't look like it is right now. But there's a lot. That's a pretty good slug of ice down there.
Yep, sure is.
I was looking at the radar while I was waiting. I know we're supposed to get that slug like later tonight with that rain that's coming across. It's on the west side of the Gulf right now, coming off of there. We're supposed to get it later tonight, so we'll see how that plays out. It's easy right now down here. You guys don't even want to know what we got. I think we're at 55 right now where I'm at, but I'm not going through all the stuff like you guys are. How's it going today? Everybody all right?
Yeah, we ain't getting, as far as precip, we're in good shape. Just maybe a scattered flurry here and there, but it's cold. I'm showing we're at like 18 at the airport at this hour.
I know. I was looking at the map also. If you go up north, it's all the way, it's all the way up from almost the North Pole down into, looks like it's almost into like Nebraska and all that, all the way down past North Dakotas and all that, South Dakota and all that. There's a pretty big line down in there too. Looks pretty rough. A lot of stuff moving across.
Yeah, good times.
Cold air is coming down finally. Yeah. So Vice President didn't like that lady on NBC too well, huh?
Apparently not. No, Savannah Guthrie did not.
And I'm gonna ask you a question. Old Jen Psaki there. I've been listening to your news there, and she's like, it's like every day she's on the news about saying something, but. Man, she's getting pretty bold now, isn't she? A little bit more than she used to. She's getting a little bit more colder, seeming like to me. I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
Oh, I don't know that she's ever been the warm, fuzzy press secretary, but I think she probably gets tired of these having to make corrections of what the president actually said and what the president actually meant.
Yeah, she's getting snippy. I'll tell you. That last news report you had, boy, she sounded really snippy. I was like, wow, man, she's a ornery thing right now. I wouldn't want to mess with her. But I don't know, Pratt, that job in all the years that I've seen people go through all that job has always seemed like it. Them kind of people have been that way. I mean, you look at the lady that was with President Trump. She could be a little when she had to turn it on, but that job, man, I wouldn't want that job. That's got to be a nutso job, man. That's got to be crazy as heck. And the guys there were just talking about getting over. That's one of the biggest things we have a problem with down here is nobody wants to get over. And they're carrying lots of speed. That's the biggest thing I see out on the interstate when I'm driving to work all the time is just people carrying so much speed. And we have so much distracted driving now that that's what happens. I mean, if you get on I-4 and you go up around the Longwood exit, say you're going west on I-4 out of Daytona, and you get up to around Longwood there, they've got a rest area that the guys are parking in the rest area. They park so close up into where it comes out and meets up on the ramp there. If somebody made the wrong calculation at any time, they could run into the back of a truck or back of a vehicle that's parked out there. The guys are just sleeping, trying to get some rest. And it's like that down here. It's just everybody carries speed. I never seen it so bad. And I think it was at Horsefeather said 95. Yes, it is 95. It's pretty much every road in the state of Florida where the big road is. I know we got some roads there got 70-mile-an-hour speed limits, and people carry 90 to 100 mile an hour, no problem on those roads. And you know what happens the faster you go, everything happens quicker. So it's like no reaction time, and then you're done. There's a road that's down here right now that we've seen a lot of problems on. It's 429, and that's one of the bypass type roads around Orlando that a lot of people use. They come in off the turnpike and they'll use 429 to get to I-4. They'll use 429 to go to Disney on the other side. And we're seeing a lot of people get hurt out there on that road. A lot of people, and it's just for carrying speed. That's all it is carrying speed.
Yep.
So you want to race, take it to the track, dude, or take it to an area where it's a controlled environment. Don't take it out here on the road. So. But that's pretty much all I got, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you, and I hope y'all have a good weekend.
All right. Hope all goes well. Yep. And I think you're going to get a little chilly down there, as a matter of fact. A little cool air coming into central Florida, even with this cold shot here. Well, you were in the 30s the other night, all the way up down to Jacksonville, Tampa. Yes, indeed. It is 844-3388. Other stories. What else we got in the mix here? This January 6th committee, it was kind of a blow. The Supreme Court saying that documents that former President Trump had not wanted to present to that committee will indeed have to be presented to the committee. No idea what they're going to find, but supposedly those documents have been being turned over the last couple of days since that Supreme Court announcement. You had a representative, Jamie Raskin, there of Maryland, Horsefeathers. Is that your guy, Jamie Raskin? He told reporters that if the House Select Committee on the January 6th Capitol riot finds President Trump to be culpable, which undoubtedly that's what they're looking to do. He said that a constitutional provision may legally prevent him from seeking office again. I mean, is that a little tip to what the ultimate goal of this committee is? They're so scared. They're scared out of their wits that Donald Trump will actually toss his hat in the ring to run again in 2024. Which it's almost like the handwriting's on the wall. Now, I've expressed my reservations about whether that would be good or not for the country, because, I mean, just after what we went through for those 4 years, I don't think anything would be different. We'd be going back to 4 more years of this constant looking for investigating this and investigating that. But I think this definitely is a tip of the cards. The provision he's talking about is in the 14th Amendment and prevents those who, quote, engaged in insurrection or rebellion from holding office. The Maryland congressman dismissed concerns that Trump had already been acquitted of impeachment charges for incitement of insurrection back in February, citing a lack of precedent regarding if the amendment is self-executing without requiring a previous conviction. There's also another view out there that, for example, Donald Trump has already been determined to have participated in insurrection and rebellion by virtue of his impeachment by the House by majority vote. And then the determination by 57 senators that he incited violent insurrection against the Union. Now, Raskin was, by the way, he was a House impeachment manager. So I guess that's the question. Now, the Harvard law professor Lawrence Tribe endorsed the idea that the provision was not self-executing. He says, quote, even if Section 3 of the 14th Amendment isn't self-executing against the former president, it is certainly a strong basis for a vote of expulsion from the House for those members who aided and abetted the insurrection, though. So I guess that wouldn't provide or wouldn't apply to Trump, but that's what it's all about. If you want the real skinny on it, but all right, 18 past the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk.
Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, other industry headlines. Let me see here. For the fourth time in a little more than 2 years, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has a new leader. Wednesday, Transportation Secretary Buttigieg announcing Robin Hutchison is being nominated to become the deputy administrator of the FMCSA without a permanent administrator in place. So she will assume the role as acting administrator. Hutchison served as the Department of Transportation's Deputy Assistant Secretary for Safety Policy starting in January of last year. In this role, she led safety policy for the department and coordinated other critical efforts, including COVID response and recovery, according to the FMCSA's news release. She was instrumental in the development of the bipartisan infrastructure law, especially the new Safe Streets and Roads for All programs. So here's what we've got. The acting administrator position at the FMCSA has essentially been a revolving door since Ray Martinez stepped down in October of 2019. After Martinez departed, Jim Mullen became the acting administrator. Mullen stepped down in August of 2020. Wiley Deck then held the role until the Biden administration named Mira Joshi, to that position in January of 21. In April, Joe Biden nominated Joshi to take the permanent role as administrator. Of course, Joshi's nomination through a 22-6 roll call in October, her confirmation still hadn't been approved by the full Senate. And then all of a sudden, boom, in December, she announced she was leaving the FMCSA to take a position as New York City Mayor Eric Adams' deputy mayor, which, yes, caught everybody by surprise, including the FMCSA. But yet, what a revolving door. Wow. Hello to Heat Wave this Friday morning. What's going on?
Well, not a whole hell of a lot there, senor. I just got up an hour and a half ago, and it seems like if I'm not awake during the day, I miss a whole lot. My goodness. Well, I got a little idea about the pulling over for a broke-down vehicle on the shoulder. I'd gotten a call from Jolly Green, and he was filling me in a little bit on that. So now I know what everybody was talking about. Yeah, last night, I had a situation where I couldn't get over. And, I signaled to get over because I had seen a truck on the side of the road. The cars, the four-wheelers were just, I can't tell what their intentions are at night. If I slow down, they seem to speed up. If I speed up, they seem to speed up even faster. So the only thing that I could do to, let them know, hey, there's something up here, was really tap on the brakes, slow down quite a bit. Yeah, I'm only going 63, but I think by the time I went around this semi on the shoulder, I was doing 45, and those damn cars were still right there riding the back door of my trailer.
Mm-hmm.
I had my four-ways on. I mean, what else can you do? It's kind of like someone waking up when they're finding out that this slow 63-mile-an-hour yellow truck is passing them. All of a sudden, they wake up, step on the gas, and they panic. Of course, the other thing that made it bad was the two individuals, I guess, that were in the truck were out of the truck in the right lane, standing there looking at it. I was like, there are morons out there, and then there are absolute morons. Have something shiny, something reflective, have something flashing, on you, But when you see there's a semi on the road coming at you, and there's cars behind it that it just will not let them over, how about stepping over that solid line into your broke down area?
All right.
Nuts. In the same situation, the worst place I have with vehicles breaking down and trying to get over is I-5 between Los Angeles and Sacramento. They seem to think that we're just impeding the flow of their forward momentum. I'll see that there's someone on the shoulder that's broke down. They got four-ways on, got the flashers on, and generally it's at night. And I'll look behind me to make sure, I got plenty of room, and most times I do. And I'll get over, and I'll maintain my speed. I'll get over past them, but then all of a sudden you see one of these California idiots running at 120 mile an hour, come screaming up on your six. Then they come around to your right side. Where they're between you and that broke down tractor. And then they have the gall to look at you and flip you off or just give you that, what the hell's the matter with you look. It's education on, that of these vehicles that are broke down to move over. Yeah, they got signs out there, but it doesn't do a damn thing. I think Disney had the right idea, make it into a cartoon with your Disney character showing what could happen if you don't follow the rules of the road. And it seems like more people remember those things than they do the signs on the road saying, hey, move over.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just beyond me, but, we're stupid. As a human race, as a race of people, we are stupid because we have to learn by repetition over and over and over again. Because we didn't learn it right the first time. So it just I'm just out of words. I don't know what to say about that. So I'll go to something else.
Okay.
Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Well, all of her aides that are quitting are saying she's a mean, vicious, vile woman. Of course, she tries to put on that motherly facade, whenever she's on TV. And then when she gets put in a position where she actually has to use that one brain cell to come up with an answer, then she gets all upset and pissed off at the world. Well, I think it's finally coming to light. She is not, Mother Teresa. She's not, anywhere near that. If she can't be on her knees, then she don't know what she's doing. Joe Biden has no idea. He's just saying the words that come to his mouth. And, like the reporter says, well, you said this about the people that are against your Build Back Better and voting rights program. They're this way. I did not say that. Yeah, you did, man. It's on tape. How much more you want us to?
Yeah, right.
What more do we have to do to prove it to you? And and people are right. If Joe were in his right frame of mind, especially with this Ukraine situation, which I think, I think something more than just economics is going to happen. They wouldn't have to go out there and clarify what he said about saying something that he said earlier that he meant to say. Confusing? Yes. I can barely carry on with keep up with what I had to say. But I mean, my goodness, it's sad. Well, I got a call from Red Mule yesterday. Man, that gentleman there is one hell of a guy. I'm glad to have gotten his number, and we chatted for about 45 minutes. And I'll tell you what, Steve, your program, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it has brought us a lot closer as a community, almost, dare I say, a family. But I mean, we're going to have disagreements on things, but at least we can have a civil tongue and just talk to each other after the show hours, and just really get an idea of what these people are, besides listening to them on the radio. And I see that you're at the bottom of the hour, so I'll let you go. You have a good morning, senor.
Thank you so much there, Heatwave. Good to hear from you. Let me see. Have not heard from our friend Terry. They're in Canada this morning. But I'm seeing some of these varying headlines out of Canada about a potential truckers' strike in Canada beginning on the 23rd. Of course, Canada's vaccine mandate for truck drivers kicked in last weekend. The U.S. will do the same, technically starting tomorrow, Saturday, January the 22nd. I guess I'm looking at several different stories from out of Canada, kind of alluding to that. Just curious if you've heard any buzz. I mean, I know there were several small protests taking place earlier this week about the mandates, and some of the conflicting messaging that had been coming from Canadian authorities to the trucking community there leading up to the 15th. So we'll get more into that just ahead here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden says any Russian move into Ukraine would be seen as an invasion.
It will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies, as well as laid out very clearly for President Putin.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is making preparations to meet with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Friday.
We cannot choose the path for Moscow, but we can make crystal clear the stark consequences of that choice.
He met earlier in the day with top diplomats from France, Britain, and Germany to project a united front. The Supreme Court has denied abortion providers' latest request to intervene in the ongoing legal challenge against Texas' restrictive abortion law, cutting off one of the few remaining paths to a speedy victory for abortion providers. This is USA Radio News.
Is your business struggling to get clients? Are you looking to save money on your marketing budget? Look no further than BC Media and Associates. BC Media and Associates is a full-service advertising agency that offers the lowest rates possible for primetime radio, TV, OTT, and billboard marketing. Call now to find out how you can get a free week of advertising. 855-959-2288. That's 855-959-2288. BC Media and Associates has over 20 years' experience of helping businesses like yours run successful and profitable marketing campaigns. Whether you're a small local company, regional or national company, the team at BC Media and Associates has the expertise to get the results that your business needs. Call BC Media and Associates today to find out how you can get a free week of advertising. Restrictions apply. 855-959-2288. 855-959-2288. That's 855-959-2288. Or visit them online at bcmediaassociates.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, looking at the implications for the trucking industry with the cross-border vaccine mandates. Again, let me start here out of Ottawa, where they say conflicting messaging from federal officials in the days leading up to the implementation of the Canadian mandate left transport companies scrambling to recall drivers. And as a result, some have had to quarantine, according to one industry group. The Private Motor Truck Council of Canada just completed a survey of their membership in Canada's trucking workforce to establish the current vaccination rate and the impact of the confusion leading up to the policy coming into effect. The council heard from 70 companies. Of those, 25 said they had dispatched a total of 156 unvaccinated drivers to the U.S. during that approximately 16-hour window when it was believed the government had backed down from the policy. The confusion started after the Canada Border Services told reporters on January 12 that unvaccinated Canadian truck drivers arriving at the border from the U.S. would be exempt from any testing or quarantine requirements when the new policy came in effect on the 15th. Then less than 24 hours later, the federal ministers issued a statement saying they had erred. And what the initial announcement was, unvaccinated Canadian truckers will not be exempt. Well, after finding out that the exemptions would not be offered, drivers scrambled to get back across the border before the mandate came in effect, and companies had to make arrangements to have unvaccinated drivers pick up loads by other drivers at their own cost. Unfortunately, ultimately, of those surveyed, 15 drivers were placed in a 14-day quarantine after crossing back into Canada and have not been able to work. Now, the president of the Private Motor Truck Council of Canada says we already have a shortage, and the shortage just got worse. Now, he had asked for a temporary exemption for those unvaccinated truckers who were dispatched during that 16-hour window, but the government said no. There's been a temporary agreement to allow drivers coming across the border with full truckloads to complete their deliveries. Under this allowance, drivers have been told at the border you can continue to your delivery destination while following strict public health measures. Once the load is dropped off, then you have to immediately drive to the place of quarantine. So, going forward, trucking companies will likely only be sending vaccinated drivers across the border, according to Mylan. But in some fleets, cross-border work is all that they do, and they may not be able to offer them other routes. Some of them are going to be unemployed. Some of them are going to try to find domestic jobs where they only work in Canada. However, there's a mandate looming on that side as well. Now, the Prime Minister was looking to defend the policy and handling of that flip-flop message last Wednesday, saying that the miscommunication was quickly corrected. While trucking groups as well as manufacturing and exporting organizations have voiced their support for vaccine, they note, as the case in the general population, is not all their workers are going to roll up their sleeves. The Canadian Trucking Alliance has estimated 12,000 Canadian truckers and upwards of tens of thousands more from the U.S. will be unable to work cross-border shipping routes. Now, based on the Private Motor Truck Council of Canada's latest survey, the number of unvaccinated drivers could be even higher than previously estimated. Overall, the vaccination rate among those who responded to their survey was 75%. Mylan said of the 70 fleets that actually responded to their question, ranging from 2 to 3,500 drivers per company, 23% have indicated they have their vaccine mandates in place. 4 of the fleets reported that all of their drivers were fully vaccinated. One company reported that just 3% of its drivers had been vaccinated. Now, there are companies there that have been offering big bonuses to their drivers to get the shot. All right. Secondly, from just this past day, from, again, Ottawa, the Premier of Canada's Alberta province on Thursday called for the federal government to pause the vaccine mandate for cross-border truckers that companies say will disrupt the supply chain and fuel even further inflation. It has cost the Canadian trucking companies about 10% of their international drivers, according to 6 top executives this week. They said we're hiking wages, trying to lure new operators, but we're under the worst labor shortage we've ever experienced. Alberta's premier at a news conference in Calgary, urging the government to extend the exemption that's been in place for truck drivers since the start of the pandemic. Now, he made his request on the same day the U.S. confirmed that their vaccine mandate for truckers will indeed start this Saturday. Canada's has been in place since last Saturday. He said, common sense tells us we're at the peak of supply chain constraints across North America and around the world. Huge inflation. This is not the moment to lose potentially thousands of truckers on our roads that are bringing groceries up from the U.S. and who knows, maybe even COVID rapid test kits and things of that nature. As many as 32,000 or 20% of the 160,000 Canadian and American cross-border truck drivers may be taken off the roads by the mandate. Now, the Canadian Trucking Alliance says their industry is already like 18,000 drivers short before the mandate. So yesterday, Canada's Transport Ministry said the measure was not negatively affecting the supply of goods. And to date, they haven't really seen a big change, a variation in cross-border traffic. Now, within the next 2 weeks, consumers will see. There's not going to be as many choices on the shelves. Eventually, the prices will be passed on from the sellers of these products because we're passing on our increases to them. Canada's inflation rate hit a 30-year high in December, and economists said the vaccine mandate may contribute to keeping prices higher longer. Of course, in the United States, inflation surged 7% on a year-on-year basis in December, the largest in nearly 40 years. Simple answer is from the president and CEO of Winnipeg, Manitoba-based Bison Transport. He said from January 1, they raised the base rate for cross-border drivers by nearly 20%, but failed to gain any. Well, offering a 20% increase in pay and garnering nothing. There's more freight than there are people right now. Fresh foods are particularly sensitive to freight problems because they expire rapidly. All imports from the United States may be affected, according to trucking managers. So there's a couple of stories from north of the border. Neither of those stories mention anything about a potential Canadian driver strike January 23rd, which, again, I'm seeing some social media posts about that, but cannot get any confirmation. Yeah, we'll see if the vaccine mandate on the U.S. side starting this weekend. Yeah, will we see then a noticeable decrease in cross-border traffic? All right, let me see. I guess just breaking news this morning. Anybody a fan of Meatloaf? The Grammy Award-winning singer and actor apparently passed away this past evening with his wife by his side. According to the confirmation from the family in a statement shared on Facebook, which reads, let's see, our hearts are broken to announce the incomparable Meatloaf passed away tonight, surrounded by his wife Deborah, his daughters Pearl and Amanda, and close friends. His amazing career spanned 6 decades that saw him sell over 100 million albums worldwide and star in over 65 movies, including Fight Club, Focus, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Wayne's World. Bat Out of Hell remains one of the top 10 selling albums of all time. We know how much he meant to so many of you, and we're truly appreciative of all the love and support as we move through this time of grief and losing such an inspiring artist and beautiful man. We thank you for your understanding of our need for privacy at this time. From his heart to your souls, don't ever stop rockin'. Well, there you go. Meatloaf, dead at 74. And a quick timeout. Back to your calls. Dan got you coming up next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation. At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I had no idea he'd appeared in so many different movies. Wow, just 65 different films over the years. I'm looking at it. Most of the reports don't give a cause of death, but this particular story says Meatloaf this week was in ICU at Nashville after contracting COVID-19. Now, the family didn't give an official cause of death, but again, that's just one of the... this is from Noise 11, breaking music news and interviews. And they kind of go through his biography. Born in, Dallas, Texas, 1947, released an album as Stoney and Meatloaf in 1971. And before Bat Out of Hell, we saw him as Eddie in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He started work on Bat Out of Hell in 1972, but it took years to complete. Finally reached in 1977, and even after that took more than a year to actually kind of connect the fans. Ultimately went on to sell 43 million copies worldwide, and to date is the biggest selling album ever in Australia. 1,750,000 sales there. How about that? All right. Again, they go through more of his biography, but let me get back to the calls here. Dan is on the line. Morning, Dan. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Condolences to the family of Meatloaf, and most of all, thank God for your speedy recovery.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. I just want to make a comment about, it was from the beginning on the committee when they throwed Jim Jordan off and the other representative there and all that, you knew immediately it was just another witch hunt against Trump, and they may succeed because. I would have thought 5 years ago that it never happened, but they may succeed from him running again. But I don't think because you look at his age and what he's done, his whole career, and I think he may follow the Bush doctrine only one step ahead of him. And it might sound strange, but, Senior done 4 years and the Democrats upset him, Mary Clinton. And, but then Clinton done 8 years, but I don't think it's going to happen. Now, I think that if they would succeed, I know he says, as recently as yesterday, I guess, he said that you'll be happy with my decision.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if he wasn't going to run, or he was going to run, you can't say yes, or then you got to start filing campaign finance reports. You know what I mean? And show
Right,
that you're
right.
raising money. Right. So he couldn't answer that for a fact, but the Bush doctrine, what I was getting at, Bush Sr. served 4 years, and Clinton took him out. I'm thinking Don Jr. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think?
I've heard more than one suggest that. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know that he's got the experience and the savvy. I just don't think that would be the direction they'd go. I'd be more inclined to see something like a DeSantis, or maybe like a Kirsty Noem, maybe.
Well,
South Dakota, something like that.
Right. Well, they done a recent poll last few days, and DeSantis versus Trump, Senior. Trump wins hands down, but I don't know, but I think it's possible. He's very intelligent, and he is very intelligent. I'm talking about Junior, and he has the same views as his dad, and he's been very successful. Which, I mean, it's easy to be successful when you got a couple $1 billion back.
You think? Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean,
it always helps.
I don't know why they would pit Trump against DeSantis. Yeah, I could see where the Trump supporters would say right now they would support Trump, but if Trump opted not to run and DeSantis did, I think the Trump supporters would probably pretty easily jump onto that bandwagon.
I think you're right. But I mean, I like DeSantis. He's really done a good job in Florida. He seems, he's very conservative. He's a true conservative as far as government not intervening in your personal lives, and yet he's how he's done with the mandates and been against those and all that, and I think he is the number 2 man. But right now but we're talking what yesterday was the 20th, I guess. I don't know. When you're a truck driver and you work night shifts, you don't know what day it is.
Yeah, the one yesterday was 1 year since Joe Biden assumed the office of president. Is that what you were looking at?
Yes.
That's it.
And so that means we got 3 left. So the race won't even heat up. Yeah, oh God, yes. I don't even want to think about that. But the race is not going to heat up until after the midterms and all that.
Correct.
And you already had Junior tweeting another witch hunt that they're wanting, that committee's wanting to interview him.
So much can change. There's a whole lot that is going to change between now and 24. I mean, it's too early to even start thinking about them. I mean, honestly, you could look at Donald Trump's age as well. I mean, what is he? He's 74, and who knows? Even if he's in the greatest of health right now, but that's something that could change for anyone when you get to that age. It's inevitable. As the old song said, we're only here for a little while. And that is very true, every one of us. And we'll pick up there with our final hour just ahead. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is clarifying some comments that he made on Wednesday. He now is stressing that there will be consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin moves his troops into Ukraine.
Any assembled Russian units move across the Ukrainian border, that is an invasion. But it will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies.
These comments come just one day before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's meeting on Friday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They're hoping to diffuse tensions. Another winter storm is heading into parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. Forecasters say major travel disruptions along portions of Interstate 85 and 95 in Virginia and the Carolinas will be affected. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Supreme Court has denied abortion providers' latest request to intervene in the ongoing legal challenge against Texas' restrictive abortion law, cutting off one of the few remaining paths to a speedy victory for abortion providers. The case is currently before the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, which sent the case to the Texas Supreme Court. Abortion providers were hoping the Supreme Court would direct the Fifth Circuit to send the case to federal district court, where a judge previously blocked the law. A new report shows not as many people are buying homes right now.
The National Association of Realtors says that the figure dropped 4.6% last month. That comes out to just under 6.2 million units. Full year sales for 2021 were just over 6.1 million. That's an 8.5% jump from the pandemic-filled year of 2020. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
With the Winter Olympics getting ready to start in about 2 weeks, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says President Biden isn't worried about the athletes going to China.
We work closely with the U.S. Olympic Committee. The athletes are going. The president's looking forward to cheering. I'm a bit Olympics obsessed myself, and I'm looking forward to cheering for them as well from home.
She made the comments on Fox. Officials are advising American athletes, though, to leave their personal electronics at home and use burner phones to avoid being tracked by the Chinese government. The NCAA has made some major changes about their rules for transgender people.
The NCAA Board of Governors changed its policy regarding transgender athletes that started yesterday. The new approach to allowing transgender athletes will follow a sport-by-sport model similarly adopted by the U.S. and International Olympic Committees. The NCAA said if there was no international federation policy, then the previously established IOC policy criteria would be followed. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Adele has posted on social media that she's postponing her residency at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas.
I'm so sorry, but my show ain't ready. We've tried absolutely everything that we can to put it together in time.
She says that delivery delays and COVID-19 are the cause. She also promised that all the dates would be rescheduled in the future. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming.
Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, final hour. Here we go. Underway on a Friday. There's Sylvester. He says, hey, folks, it's a pleasant 65 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. Just waiting for the war to begin. Yeah, no kidding, Sylvester. You really can't help but wonder, right? Just, with each passing moment, just waiting to hear the news that Putin has begun the move on Ukraine. How ugly will things get? Rolly check it in where he says -1. One below. Brutal, yes. Hello to Hoot Hoo. So good to have you back, Steve. And I'll mention to you, and there were several others earlier that, back on YouTube this morning, that we were just on a 1-week suspension there with YouTube. In the event that that were to happen again, which you never know. Ain't no guarantees. We were still available via Facebook, the iPhone and Android app, where we were still out there all this week. But, it started last Friday morning, so here we are back on a Friday. Hello to James on board. Good to have you with us. Let's see. David says you need to scrub your programs, try to keep from getting permanently banned, and also you need to join Rumble as well. Okay. There's an idea. Barry on board. Morning, Steve. We've got a whopping 6 degrees in southwest New Hampshire. Glad to have you back on ScrewTube. Hello to Larry on board this morning. Good to have you with us. There's Matthew. Hey, you're out of jail, he says. I was prepared to testify on your behalf if it became necessary. Anyway, have a great weekend. Try to stay warm. Yeah, cold out there this morning. We've been hanging at about 18 degrees for the last several hours. Meanwhile, Rambler. Good morning, Rambler. How we doing? Happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday and praise God. Thank you for taking my call, Steve. And I tell you what, it's colder than a mother-in-law's hug outside. That can be pretty cold at times.
I hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Praise God. I hate to hear that about meatloaf. And, Steve, if you didn't know what you were looking for after he cut his hair, you would have never known what movie he was starring in, because a lot of times he would go by his real name. You'd have to sit there and watch a movie and say, wait a minute, he looks familiar. Man, that's doggone Meatloaf,
Yep. Yep.
And now, me personally, because I've only seen bits and pieces of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and what I saw, I really don't care for it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can remember, I don't care for it. No, thank you. Y'all can keep all the actors, Susan Sarandon, Meatloaf, and all that starred in that. Yeah, y'all can keep that. But I can remember the first movie I ever saw him in was actually an episode of Tales from the Crypt. And he played he played some sort of evil person. And they ended up, the restaurant was going out of business. So they murdered him and strung him up in a meat locker and started cutting pieces of his body off and feeding it to the people. And the restaurant became a very popular site and became the #1 restaurant in New York City. So that's just me being a kid, watching stupid stuff that I've been watching. years ago. But you said it best as you closed out your last segment. I go to the book of James, and I'm always, when you talk about, you never know what your life's going to consist of or how long you really got here on this earth. And you really don't. You go to the book of James, Steve, you go to James chapter 4, and you read verse 14, it says, for what is your life? That's the question. For what is your life? And the answer is given. It says, for it is a vapor. It appeareth here for a little while, and it's gone.
Yep.
It's all according to what you do with your life. And that's why I'm out here telling folks about Jesus Christ, because, there's a lot of people that are in hell right now that would die to be in this cold weather. I don't want to see nobody go to hell, because I'm going to tell you right now, you have a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. And the devil's red hell is very red and very hot. And like I said, we were talking about addiction last night and a little bit, on the show tonight. Whatever separates you from God, it gets in the way between you and God, that's an addiction. Steve, that could be football, that could be baseball, that could be eating, smoking, drinking, prostitution. Whatever separates you between you and the love of God, and it keeps you from the Lord, that's an addiction. And addiction comes in several forms, So it's just not drugs, alcohol, pornography. It's several things. And, we wake up every day. I wake up every night. First thing I do when I open up my eyes, I sit on the side of the bed, and thank God that I even woke up. Granted, I would love to be where my father is and my brother is and my family is and be able to see my Lord Jesus and hug him. But you know what, Steve, I'm thankful to be here because I can tell someone else about the Lord. And I know people probably roll their eyes when I come on the air. It's like, oh, God, the preacher's here. But you know what? My old God loves you, and I love you too. You can call me a homosexual. You can call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care. I'm going to love you no matter what. I'm going to love you. And look here. When Jesus hung on the cross, the very few words he said, when they made fun of him and bullied him, he looked up and said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. You know what? I love you. And whatever your addiction is, man, I want to pray for you. You ain't got to tell me. Ain't none of my cotton-picking business. Ain't nobody else's business. But it is between you and God. That's why we give the unspoken prayer request, Steve. If you watch the Turban Ministries Church, we go live 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Sundays. You'll see me. I'll ask people with your left hand, raise it up. That's for all unspoken. That's for what you struggle with. It ain't my business, but it is my business that if you come to me and say, Brother Perry, I'm struggling, you know what? You ain't got to tell me what's going on with you. God already knows. But I know this enough, that there was many people that struggled in Jesus' time. You know what? Jesus didn't go, Steve, he didn't go sit with the Sanhedrin or the Philistines. They hated him, and those were the uber religious people of the time. He sat with the prostitute. He sat with the addict. He sat with the lepers. Come on. He's come to be with us, the sinners. And that's who he gave his life for. That's why I wake up every day, going out here, hoping I can just witness to someone, tell someone about Christ. And I appreciate you letting me come on here and pouring my heart out, generally telling people that I love them. And regardless of what you think of me, I don't care. I've been called names, and you know what? That's all right. You can call me every name in the book, spit on me. I don't care. I'm going to love you. I want to smile. I'll even give you a hug, even though you might just hate it. Because my Lord Jesus loves you. And man, he took a lot of punishment for you and I both. And remember this before I go. Love just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler can love you, or as I like to be picked on, Grumbler. I can love you too, and I definitely do. Steve, thank you for taking my call. God bless you, my friend.
Have a great weekend. Have a great service coming up this Sunday, right? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, plotting a move for you this Friday morning. There's Brewster checking in there. What's happening, Brewster?
Morning, Steve. How you doing this morning, buddy?
It's Friday. Doing better, thank you.
Man, I hear you. Last time I talked to you, about 24 hours later, I come down with the same bug you had, man.
Uh-oh.
I've been sidelined. Yes, sir. I was sidelined up until about Tuesday morning of this week, buddy. It's been a rough ride. But I had the COVID, I had a sinus infection, had a little bit of all of it at the same time. It about knocked my socks off. But
so I'm guessing,
a little bit better.
Did it come on like a ton of bricks, just like boom, out of nowhere, you were fine, and then like 6 hours later, it's like, what the hell just hit me?
I woke up, man, Wednesday morning early to head on back out to, I was going down to Birmingham, or that's where I was supposed to go. But I didn't make it. I had to call my brother. I said, man, you're going to have to cover my back. I said, I can't do it today. And I had somebody cover my load. And yeah, that's the second time I've had it, man. And this last time was worse than the first time.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. But, no, just hadn't talked to you, man. Just thought I'd touch base. I was listening to you talk a while ago about them guys up there in Canada, how short they are on help. And I don't know, man. I'll tell you, we keep going through this another year with all these guys jumping out of this, and it gets harder every year out here. But getting in a bad way on shorthanded with help, man, I don't know what we're going to do.
Yep.
But I guess we'll see as the year goes on. But the economy is really getting tight, man. Things are getting high, getting rough on everybody. But I don't know. Here's out. The way things are rolling, all this sickness keeps staying around. You just makes you wonder day by day if it's ever going to lighten up for us, everybody out here. But anyway, I want to check on you, man. Glad you guys are feeling better up your way.
One day at a time, right? I'm glad you're feeling a bit better as well. All right, they're looking at 19 past the hour. Hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, and lines are clear at this hour. At that number, jump on in here on a Friday morning. I guess this guy, apparently he really did love snakes. Turns out the snake may not have loved him. One of them, anyway. It's not for certain just yet, but highly likely. Story up in Horsefeather's neck of the woods, and we spoke to Horsefeathers earlier, so it wasn't. And I don't think he likes snakes anyway. But the story out of Maryland. A man found dead in his Maryland home this week with more than 100 venomous and some non-venomous snakes. The man, whose name was not immediately released, found dead by deputies in his home about 30 miles south of Washington, D.C., after a neighbor saw him lying on the floor unconscious and called 911. When authorities entered the home, they discovered a collection of 124 live snakes, some of which were venomous, which would be illegal in the state. Now, according to WRC-TV, the snakes, which were in cages and meticulously cared for, included cobras, black mambas, pythons, and rattlesnakes. Somebody correct me. Isn't the black mamba one of the most deadliest in the world, I think? One of the, if not the. But they said the chief animal control officer said in his more than 30 years, he's never encountered anything like this before. Not clear why the man had so many snakes, but he was taking good care of them, according to the animal control officers. Kept at a temperature and humidity as close as possible to their natural habitat. Thursday, crews spent hours working to get the snakes out. Experts were brought in from North Carolina and Virginia to handle the venomous snakes. I keep saying steaks. It's snakes. Animal control officers noted there was no threat to public safety. None of the snakes had escaped. They were all properly secured. They were racked. He did not keep a lot of furniture in the home, so there was no place, if a snake, for example, were to escape, where it could actually hide or harm anybody. Neighbors had no idea this guy had all these snakes in his home. Neighbors described him as a great guy, though. He was always there to help us out. I was asked by neighbors to share that the resident was a great guy, really kept an eye on each other. All right. Nobody had any idea what was going on in that house, though, all those snakes. So the medical examiner has to determine the cause of death. That will be probably a couple of weeks. Yep. No obvious signs of foul play. I'll just assume one of the poisonous snakes maybe decided to take a bite out of crime, lashing out. That's what snakes do. I don't care if you're the one that feeds them. They will bite the hand that feeds them. That's all I know. I don't like snakes. About 25 past the hour. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy? Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. Hey, I've got a question for you. Did you read a deal from where I checked in earlier tonight?
Yeah, when you asked, had Lone Ranger died, right? And I said, no. Lone Ranger, he's doing fine.
Nope, that was not me. I have not checked in with you tonight.
No?
I had somebody ask me a while ago why I asked it, and I said I didn't.
I'm trying to look down here. Where was that? I think the last name may have been maybe just the same last name as you then. Maybe that was it. And
it would have been back about the first hour of the show. I don't know whether they checked in on YouTube or Facebook.
It was Facebook.
But it wasn't me.
Yeah, the first name was Kelly. So, yeah, different person.
Yeah. That clears that up.
I just
argued with D-Ranger over that. I thought, that was not me.
I saw the last name and just assumed automatically it was you, so. Sorry about that. My bad.
It wasn't. That answers that for me.
Yeah.
I was like, sure, there ain't more than one big sexy out there. All right, well, that's the question I had for you. I guess I don't have anything else for you. You just have a good weekend. I'm going to step back and listen.
All right. You hadn't seen any more deer out there crossing your path as of late, have you?
Oh, not since I had to run in with the 5 last week.
Okay. Because you've been on.
I haven't seen any more since then.
You've been on a roll with them.
Well, I take that back. I did have one the other night when I was going into the paper as I was coming into Jonesboro, run across the road in front of me. So yeah, I have seen one, but I didn't hit it.
All right. Well, pay it. Thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. Have a great morning. Hey, there you go. And what else we got? It's 844-844-3388. Charmaine checking in this morning. I am in Mount Olive, North Carolina. Yes, the home of the Mount Olive pickles. 32 degrees, finally quit raining. Finished delivering papers early this morning, just waiting for the snow to arrive now. Then the ice afterwards. Oh boy, fun Saturday. But I have enjoyed the show. All you folks out there, be safe, and thank you to all the truck drivers, because if it weren't for you, you wouldn't have anything in the stores. Yes, indeed, Charmaine, you are 100% correct. All right, glad you had I don't know, so that sounds like it's probably not going to be a fun night to be delivering papers. Friday night, Saturday morning, oh boy, ugly out there. All right, the number one selling oil additive at Hot Shot Secret is the Stiction Eliminator. As you probably know, available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. Make your engine run better, guaranteed, money back guaranteed. And grab a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator today. All right, we'll get news break here, bottom of the hour. It didn't really surprise me when I saw the headline, which reads like this: Pelosi open to banning stock trades by Congress members. Well, why the sudden about face, huh? Because she's been against this over and over again, questioned time and time again. I'm thinking, well, what the hell she got to lose now? We're into the year 2022, and based on all the reports that we've heard thus far, that it appears she's going to be retiring. Yeah, maybe about midterm time. Maybe before, maybe after. So what's she got to lose? Yeah, we'll put these new rules in place so future members of the House and Senate have to deal with it. But she's already made her millions. All right, back after this here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is clarifying some comments that he made on Wednesday. He now is stressing that there will be consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin moves his troops into Ukraine.
Any assembled Russian units move across the Ukrainian border, that is an invasion. But it will be met with severe and coordinated economic response that I've discussed in detail with our allies.
These comments come just one day before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's meeting on Friday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They're hoping to diffuse tensions. Another winter storm is heading into parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. Forecasters say major travel disruptions along portions of Interstate 85 and 95 in Virginia and the Carolinas will be affected. This is USA Radio News.
An incredible business opportunity is coming to your area. Are you ready to own your own business? This is the opportunity you've been waiting for. Mr. Sandless, the largest wood refinisher in the world, needs owners throughout your area. Due to the housing shortages in the U.S., Mr. Sandless sales are skyrocketing, driving demand for their unique Sandless refinishing service to record earnings, and you can get in on the action. Mr. Sandless has already refinished more than 100 million square feet of floors with no sanding and nothing to clean up afterwards. Brand new territories are available right now across the nation. You could be the exclusive Mr. Sandless owner right where you live. A very low entry fee gets you started with a profit potential that's massive. Get all the details at msfranchise.com. That's msfranchise.com. But hurry, the best territories will go fast.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, essentially what Nancy Pelosi said this past day was kind of an about-face from what she said about a month ago. There you go. Speaker Pelosi Thursday signaling her willingness to advance legislation that would ban lawmakers' stock trades. If the rank-and-file Democrats support such a move. At her weekly news conference, she was asked about tightening controls on stock transactions, and she responded, quote, "If members of the House want to do that, I'm okay with that." Now, she added that any suspicions of insider trading by members of Congress, of course, would be subject to investigation by the Department of Justice. But this is, yes, an about-face from a month ago when she defended lawmakers engaging in stock market trading. Thursday, now she prefaced her remarks by saying, "I have great confidence in the integrity of my members." We know that, yes, there's so much integrity there in Washington, D.C., right? Everybody's totally trustworthy. To give a blanket attitude of we can't do this and we can't do that because we can't be trusted, I just don't buy that, she says. The House Administration Committee, which would have primary jurisdiction over the legislation, is right now reviewing several bills that are being drafted. Meanwhile, Pelosi criticized the Supreme Court for having lax rules when we go forward with anything. Let's take the Supreme Court with us to have disclosure. Okay. And with that, back to the calls we go. Let's see. Knucklebuster on the line there. Hey there.
Morning, yeah, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know, it's mighty cold out here, buddy.
No doubt.
Yeah, they still ain't come got my broke down truck yet, so I'm going to run out here in the building here in a little bit. So, man, that's you mean to tell me that Nancy Pelosi is going to retire and we won't have to hear things out of her pie hole or see her ugly mug on TV?
That's been the buzz. I mean, there's been no official announcement, but yes, all the inside circles have all been. You know, what's going to happen, Knucklebuster, is come November, if this continued red wave that they all see the handwriting on the wall, I mean, that would be a complete embarrassment for her. So, I mean, I don't think she wants to stick around. And of course, she would no longer be Speaker of the House. Yeah, she's going to be having to hand over the gavel, and that would be kind of embarrassing for her.
Well, praise the Lord and pass some more pain. That would be a glorious day for us, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Oh, man. Did you see that little email I sent you about the reporter got run over on the side of the road?
Yeah, I touched on that story a little bit earlier. Yeah, I said that was a pretty wild video, huh? But she jumped right up. I guess she just got kind of sideswiped or whatever. But
yeah, it might have been a direct hit there because she said she got back up there. I think that was pretty crazy.
Yep.
I don't think I'd be a news reporter standing on the side of the road anyway there.
Right.
I'm scared to death just to get out of the truck. So, anyway, stay warm. It won't be too much longer, and they'll come get this whole thing and drag it back to the yard. That 10 miles back across that river ain't that far anyway.
So they're waiting for you. They're waiting for you to get frostbite first. That's what they're waiting for.
Well, that's already about happened there. So I'm just running back inside this building.
All right, get warm. Good luck.
Have a good morning, buddy.
I have a sneaky suspicion that load's going to be a little bit late. Just a tad bit, running behind this morning. Hey, there's Larry checking in this Friday morning. Morning, Larry. Happy Inspirational Friday.
Exactly. About ready to crank it out in a few minutes here. Be heading back up to Cincinnati tomorrow. I don't know if you ever ran into a motorcycle officer from Cincinnati PD called Tommy Haas.
No, doesn't ring a bell, no.
Tommy is was a 29-year veteran with the Cincinnati Police Department. He was involved in so many different things over the years, investigations, and with Dave Corlett with the PTSD group, and he was former military as well. He had a brain tumor. We had a big fundraiser last year, and there was a lot of optimism that he was going to be able to pull through. And Tommy is one of those guys that the minute you met him, you just knew you met a genuine human being wearing a badge and a gun. And as a motor officer, he, escorted just numerous funerals and VIPs and so forth, so on. But Tommy was one of those guys that always stood out. He and a guy named Chris Thomas and a bunch of other ones, motor officers. But Tommy passed away this week, and the funeral is tomorrow. So I'm going up to the Mount Healthy area to I forget the name of the church, the Catholic church up there, a visitation. And then there's a reception afterwards at the American Legion Hall there in Mount Healthy. So, if anybody happens to be in the Cincinnati area that knows of them, it's just kind of an honor to pay respect for somebody who has made that much of a contribution to the area.
Wow. Yeah, well, sorry to hear about that. So when you said you were coming to Cincinnati, I thought you might be coming up for the Bengals game. I know you are a big Bengals fan, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I am close friends with David Fulcher and Anthony Munoz, Eric Ball, and Jimmy Breach still holds the record for points scored with the Bengals, the old kicker. And if you ever need a golf partner for a scramble, Jimmy Breach is a scratch golfer. And so whenever I went to an outing, I always recruited Jimmy. And probably one of the ones that I remember best, Springfield Township Police had a outing every year. I think they still do. And so the chief of police, Dave Heimpolt and Rick Niehaus and those guys, they all had a foursome that was stacked. Well, when they heard that I was bringing Jimmy Breach, they put us last. So as we were coming in, we needed the birdie of this hole to win to beat those guys. So everybody was on this balcony as we come in, and everybody knew what the scores were. So here we are, come up, and a couple of guys, tried their putt, and Jimmy's studying them. I get up and I try my putt, and I lift the cup just a little bit. And Jimmy Breach gets up. Now, keep in mind, this guy has kicked field goals in front of thousands of people. So Jimmy gets up and he stands over the ball and he's waiting. He's eyeing the shot, waiting. I mean, you could have heard a pin drop for 4 counties. And all of a sudden, Jimmy just steps back and looks at the crowd and says, "Isn't this wonderful? You feel the pressure. You feel the excitement." And then he gets up and drops the putt, and I'm jumping up and down on the green, and the greenskeeper's saying, "Oh, please don't do that, sir." And we won the tournament. So
that's classic.
Yeah, I've got a lot of Bengal friends, and when Marvin Lewis was the coach, the Bengals did a lot in Cincinnati for homeless and Habitat for Humanity. Those guys come out and genuinely swung hammers and hauled trash and a lot of different things. I haven't seen that lately or heard of that, but a lot of the guys came out and rolled their sleeves up.
Very interesting. Well, what's your pick for Saturday? Bengals versus the Titans.
Derrick Henry is a beast, And to me, they always talk about the keys of the game. I think if we can throttle Derrick Henry a little bit, because the Titans is a strong running game. If we can throttle Derrick Henry, our offense can score points if our defense can take care of the business.
Very
so
good.
I'm banking on the Bengals, obviously, but
sure,
we'll see. I mean, it's going to be a tough game. They're no cakewalk.
Yep, and we don't have the home field advantage this weekend like we did last week. So, yep.
Yeah, not in the jungle this weekend.
Exactly. All right, well, Larry, let's hope for the best. And, thanks for checking in. Have a great weekend. Happy Inspirational Friday. And, all right, back into it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. I do believe have a couple of final Friday Dumbass of the Week nominees here. Let's head over to Baltimore. Maybe this one was horse feathers. A man pleading guilty to burning his ex-girlfriend's house down with her in it and faced just one criminal charge. Says plea deals like his are sending the wrong message to criminals in Baltimore. You catch that? This is the criminal, the individual that committed the crime, who made a plea deal and says, "The hell are you people doing? You know, like, how could you offer me such a deal?" Luther Trent pleaded guilty to one count of first-degree arson after setting the home of his ex-girlfriend, Alexis, on fire. He also faced 3 counts of attempted homicide since he and her 2 roommates were home, sleeping at the time of the fire. He admits, "I went to the side of the house. I poured gasoline on the side of the house. The love of my life is in Baltimore. I know where she lives at, and I can't even talk to her, can't say nothing to her. In my head, it was Romeo and Juliet kind of thing. If I can't have you, no one's gonna have you, at least in Baltimore, he said. Trent was released from jail after serving less than 6 months thanks to a plea deal from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. He was originally charged with 18 felonies, including 3 attempted murder charges, but ultimately pleaded down to 1 arson charge and given a 10-year suspended sentence. I was shocked. I really didn't know how to feel or what to feel. It does not seem like justice was served. It feels like a political game, but not my justice. Yes, he admits, I was just charged with 18 different counts that was dropped to 10, that was dropped to 1, when I should not be out of jail right now. I disrupted somebody's life. I traumatized somebody because how I felt in a situation. Personally, yes, I want to be out, but principally, I shouldn't be out. I could have done a lot more damage than I did. I was expecting to get time. Anyone in this situation would expect to get time. Now, Trent was asked if the plea deal he got, and perhaps the others offered to people in Baltimore, sends the wrong message to the community. A city that continues to grapple with violent crime and homicide that's surpassed 300 for 7 straight years. His response was, "Oh yes, most definitely." That tells anybody that I can go shoot somebody, or I can attempt to shoot somebody, and I'll be completely fine. It would empower me because I'd be like, okay, this man just shot somebody, just blew his head off, and he's walking free. I can do anything I want. I can rob somebody. I can shoot somebody. Anything. Now, he describes the crime as a situation that got carried away while under the influence of drugs. He said his friends convinced him to do it, and he owns his actions when it comes to the fire. But, there you go. I mean, when's the last time the actual criminal said, "How could you be letting me off this easily?" Last stop along the route with a dumbass this week. Let's see. Florida man stops to charge his ankle monitor while committing a crime. Now faces grand theft auto. The DeSoto County Sheriff's Office began receiving numerous calls about a person riding through homeowners' properties on a red side-by-side. The man, Joshua Kreider, even approached one caller and asked if he could use their electrical outlet to charge his ankle monitor. Detective responded to the call. He saw Kreider. As he approached, Kreider was allegedly behaving strangely. When the officer attempted to figure out what was going on, Kreider reached into his pockets, causing the officer to hear several suspicious clicking sounds. When the suspect refused to keep his hands visible, he was immediately handcuffed. The officer found a box cutter in his pocket with the blade out. A check on the side-by-side revealed the vehicle to have been reported stolen out of another county. Detective ran a check on Kreider and found not only was he on house arrest, but he was also had an extensive history, including battery, burglary, grand theft, now facing charges of grand theft of a motor vehicle and resisting arrest. 2 more felonies, but I guess all he needs to do is go to Baltimore and he can plead down to something like what? A $25 fine, maybe? There's our justice system at work. And thanks for the DA of the Week nominees there, Brain Dead. All right, who we got on the line here?
It is Horse Feathers there. I just thought I'd call in real quick. I heard you talking about the great city of Baltimore, where you can do whatever you want and walk away scot-free. But look up real quick there. The city state's attorney there, she's been indicted. She's got an indictment against her right now for hanky-panky there in her office. So, but anyways, if you figured out Baltimore had over 300 murders for the year, and there was a population of like 600,000. So if you multiply that out to come up to what it is for like Chicago, so you go 4 times to bring it up to Chicago's population, and 4 times, that's over 1,200 murders per 1,000 or whatever, if you're figuring it out there, to equal out the population. So the murder rate is way higher in Baltimore than it is in Chicago. But it's pretty crazy there. But yeah, you come to Baltimore and you do the crime and you don't do any time. But you thought they were good out there in California there, you out there, you just have to make sure you don't steal more than $9.50. But anyways, but yeah, check out that city state's attorney there. She might have herself in a little bit of a pickle here. So, but she claims she's innocent.
It says perjury. Marilyn Mosby federally indicted on perjury, false mortgage application charges.
Yeah, they're going after her for anything they can get her for. But yeah, she's a little bit of hanky-panky here and there. So, anyways, have a good weekend, and we'll catch you all a little later there.
Is that one of those deals I saw? I think they were covering that on like the Fox and Friends in the morning, where they're alleging that certain people that get certain jobs just based on things like skin color and race, and this is kind of like an example of that.
That's part of that, and also her husband's also part of the city government. So, it's a little bit of what is that, nepotism or something? What is that $5 word where you got all your family and yeah. So, take care of your own. Make sure you take care of your own in there. So, but I better be careful. I'm probably stepping on people's toes. I might have people looking for me out here.
Don't do that. That's right. Well, the mayor's office responded, they said here, and Mosby, of course, says the charges are bogus. We will fight vigorously for truth and justice. Obviously, she's got an attorney, so right, innocent until proven guilty that's the way it's supposed to work. Okay, we'll see how that all unfolds. All right, we'll wrap it up here on a Friday morning. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Good to have you back. We'll check back in with you if all goes according to plan here for a Sunday night, Monday morning. Get the new week underway. We'll have the breakdown, I suppose, by then. We'll be then down to 4 teams remaining in a hunt for a Super Bowl. Who will it be? Yeah, see you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.